And it's like a community school, that's what I was at.
Okay, okay.
Right, and that's what they do because they.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Because
We are on the record. This is the caucus of the Jersey City Municipal Council.
Right.
Today is Monday, February 25th, 2019. We had a 5:30 scheduled start at 5:44. President roll call, Councilperson Ridley.
Here.
Prinzeri.
Present.
Fagiano. Yun. Solomon.
Here.
Robinson.
He's not
Is
here.
absent.
No, he's over there.
He's judging.
I told him he was.
Okay, well, when he comes in, we'll mark him in. Councilperson Rivera.
Here.
Waterman.
Here.
And Lavara.
Here.
So we have 8 members in attendance. Take us away, Council President.
Okay, let's get some of our folks who are outside of the city out of the way, because it's not their fault that they have to endure a long night, so. Rachel, you want to come up first? Rachel has 10H, Resolution 10H.
Resolution introducing and approving the 2019-20 budget of the Historic Downtown Special Improvement District.
So I brought with me just packets of everything we've accomplished this year, our budget, our year-end review. Some of the things we've accomplished this year are our landscaping that we do, our holiday Christmas decor, our events, our full-time clean team 7 days a week. We plan on doing that again this year. We also had our Helen's Pizza also had their 50th anniversary, as well as Tarico's Ice Cream. We've raised a lot of funds, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Councilman Solomon, anything you want to?
Back with Rachel and Councilor Rivera.
Councilman Rivera, I'm sorry. Councilman Rivera said something. My apologies. Any other council members?
No,
None?
she's doing a fantastic job.
Great job.
I knew this from the very beginning when we first started. I mean, it's really a lot of your work, and I know that you do fantastic.
Well, thank you, I really appreciate that.
You know, can I say something? You gotta thank to the city council and the mayor especially, and they created extra additional pedestrian plaza, and the mayor didn't invest that kind of dollar rest of city except downtown for $1 million capital improvement. I think I got nothing to against that, you know what I'm saying? But I hope the mayor pay a little attention to rest area aside, also the way he pay attention to downtown. You know, I think
It's unrelated to Rachel.
no. So this one, this time when we talk about budgeting, we gotta pay attention to the capital improvement dollars. Try to make sure we evenly share with every district. You know, especially SID. You know, Jackson or West Side Avenue. You know, the Central Avenue, McKinney Square, General Square, and especially downtown is blessed by God because you guys are extra $100,000 farmers market income, but rest of it don't have that. So keep the good work, and you do fantastic work that I can give you credit.
Thank you very much.
Did you say blessed by God?
You're right, you did.
Rachel,
Very good. Councilman Fagiano.
you're doing a great job. You're from my neighborhood, that's why. But Newark Avenue should be opened, so.
Courthouse Place.
Okay. Rachel, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we got, we'll bring up Mike Hanley, NW Financial, and anyone associated with 4B, which is it 4B?
St. Lucy's bonus, yeah.
St. Lucy's.
Yeah.
This is a second reading ordinance, everyone. This is, so Mike is here to just answer questions as well, and you know, get started, or, okay. So I met with Mr. Mike earlier today, and you know, I had a number of questions at the last council caucus, And I want to thank the planning and Mike and everyone for getting back to me with a good deal of information going forward. And so the information was provided with regard to kind of, for those of you who've been on the council with me over the past several years as well, you know that I've talked about the idea that community benefits and what we give with regard to some of this upzoning and these redevelopment plans, and how much we're getting back in community benefits versus what the value is that we're giving a developer in upzoning as well. So, and are we doing commensurate, getting commensurate value for the upzoning across different redevelopment plans and different projects and so forth around that. And so Mike did the analysis, as you know, and did some additional analysis. I think that memo went out to everyone, right, around that. And one of the questions, and we kind of broke down some additional numbers this afternoon, was just the idea of what's the value of the benefit there. And it was estimated at approximately $21 million. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Which includes the $16 million for the shelter and the construction costs around that, the supportive housing for that public benefit parcel, and then about $5 million for the 3% affordable, on-site affordable housing, which is considerable. But also the estimated value of the upzoning was about $37 million. So 21 versus $37 million in terms of kind of the give back in relation to that. And then we kind of did a quick analysis of some of the other redevelopment plans, Enos Jones, and I don't have my numbers right in front of me right now, but I think it was $2.4 million kind of benefit to the community and a $2.9 million value to the developer in that case. So you can see the kind of the ratio changes and so forth around that 2.4, 2.9. And then in the last one is, we talked about Morris Canal. Let me see if I can pull my numbers up very quickly here. We looked at the community benefit was about $3.8 million, which is the on-site affordable, and I believe also off-site or contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and then some other benefits with regard to streets and things like that were being built out over there. And then there's also the upzoning was approximately $4.1 million. So again, the ratio being $3.8 million to $4.1 million, 2.4 to 2.9, and then in this case, kind of 21 to 37. Me and Councilman Solomon have talked about this, just the idea that certainly there's value, at least in the idea that they're locating the shelter right across the street. And so that is not, there aren't many people who will say that they're going to put a shelter right across the street from their development and their project, a homeless shelter. And so there's value in and of itself. How you quantify that, I don't know necessarily. But ultimately just wanted to talk to Councilman Solomon and the idea of taking a little bit more time to kind of analyze some of the numbers. I'd ask for kind of a breakdown of the detail of the project costs, construction costs, as well as the construction costs for the shelter, and kind of doing a little bit more analysis on that so that could make just an informed decision and have it kind of have a policy there or some sort of policy that would drive kind of future decision-making on kind of some of this upzoning and where we go with these redevelopment plans for myself and hopefully for the rest of the council as well to be able to inform that. So that's all I had to say about that. So I'm going to ask Councilman Solomon and the rest of the council to consider tabling it at the next meeting. I certainly want to engage Mr. Hanley and the planning as well as the developers on this going forward. But looking towards the March meeting and possibly taking it off the agenda. That's the intention there.
Are we going to conduct a public hearing?
I would say conduct a public hearing. Yeah.
What is, just so I'm clear, what do you expect to be done between now and then that would change anything?
I want to check to make sure that the kind of the valuation. I mean, for example, one thing we talked about was, I mean, this is all kind of like new analysis, right? A new that we're trying to do here. So for example, the developer's fee is part of the construction costs and the project cost of the development of the shelter. So that's built into the cost, it's built into the benefits, but it's also money that goes back to the developer and $500,000. So like, you know, it is a typical thing to do the developer's fee in any kind of development, of course, but it's not a typical development, it's a shelter, right? So it's a give back to the community, to the city and the community in that sense. And so should we be counting that and should we be reevaluating kind of what the benefit should be, maybe, and I don't know, I'm just throwing out some things. Is there an extra affordable unit that comes as a result of $500,000 if you take that calculation out, or is there, I don't even know, because I haven't really thought it through. We just kind of crunched these numbers today. Yes, Councilman
I
Bourget.
just want to know, over at St. Lucy's, what are you tearing down over there?
Well, the developer is going to build a shelter.
That's not what I'm asking. What are you, you're not touching the church?
They're not tearing down
All
the
right,
church.
and how old is the building, the shelter?
Go ahead.
We just to be clear, they
Right.
are taking down, the proposal is to take down the church, but leave the facade.
Right.
BS. Are you kidding me?
It's bad in there, it's dangerous in there.
I mean, the church is not open.
Right.
No, it's not open because
but
this archdiocese,
Because-
which has sold off most of the land around the city, closed the churches, closed schools. That church is an historic church and should not be touched at all.
Okay, I mean,
The inside of the church is in bad shape.
Right.
Yeah,
inside,
because the
this
church-
was years
Hence
ago.
why they're not
That's why,
having
right.
any services.
Yeah, just like St. Peter's let the school go.
That's what I'm saying.
I think-
Go deal with
And
them.
the community. was
as it relates to
engaged.
questions
Council-
about the construction of the
Councilman Rivera,
project
Mike,
or
Councilman Rivera?
the planning of the project, they're
Councilman
I think
Rivera
that
was,
I think the community was very engaged in this. I don't know why we're
Right.
taking a step back on this.
You're not taking a step back, Danny. We're talking about tearing down
They're
or
not-
destroying a
they're
church.
not- they're not.
That's part of the history of
They're
Jersey
They're
City.
keeping the historic part of the church.
Right, they
They're
are.
keeping that.
Once you touch the inside and take it back
But
down.
it's already damaged. The
Yeah,
inside is in
there's
bad shape.
nothing we can do with it.
There's nothing you
Inside.
can do
Yeah.
in the inside.
Oh, just like St. Peter's, the school over here, church.
You go.
Do you have a photo of what you're
I-
proposing, maybe?
let me maybe just
Visual.
he was
let me-
here for the
let me
financial
explain.
analysis. He wasn't here for the-
I think there are people that would be better at going through the whole history of this and what's being done and not being done than me. I wasn't involved in any of that, but the background I have on it is this church is in terrible shape. The Archdiocese, the city, the redevelopment authority, and the developer all work together with the community for a very long time to preserve as much as possible and create a community benefit that is 150 transitional beds, homeless beds, 15 transitional beds, or five transitional beds, 15 supportive housing units, administrative offices, and that all the stakeholders came together to come to a conclusion that was the best that could be done for the Archdiocese and for the city, and still create value so that these things could be achieved.
We should have a meeting, and we should have the people from the historical, what's his name, and Maggie here, and go over the whole, the St. Lucy's Church, and the history of St. Lucy's Church.
So,
Last time, when we make, somebody was from the St. Lucy's, the project, they make very clear, they're not gonna touch outside, they're gonna
Right.
keep that, to preserve that
Correct.
street, but inside already, usually,
It's
It's a
deteriorating.
yeah,
waste.
you
You never see
cannot, you have to be gut out, have to build totally, so that's not an issue, but as your financial analyst,
Thank you.
we gotta ask the financial part.
Correct.
This one, what we give to them bonus pack, and what we get back from the community, they have some kind of balance. That's why I'm concerned.
And I
So
think,
now,
I
tell
think
me.
this deal is very consistent, and I wasn't in any of the negotiations, but it was negotiated well. The public benefit, which is the construction of the new building and the inclusive affordable housing units, are replacing a cost of land. And the cost of land they're creating is like $45,000 a unit. If you compare it just to the additional units, it's about $55,000 a unit. The planning department has looked at downtown and said that $35,000 to $45,000 is the right value for land. So, I think the city and the redevelopment area did a very good job negotiating a benefit that is equivalent to what's being received to create a deal that's financeable. And, you know, I think in the memo, there was a comparison to some of the other projects, and you see the yield of this project is completely in line with Morris Canal and Enos Jones and the others.
There's also, what's important to note here is there's a soft value. There's not a financial, it's not a numbers game totally. We're getting a new homeless shelter. It's the only one we have. It's probably the only shelter that we're all going to see built in the city in our lifetimes possibly. I mean, last one we built was, I think, St. Lucy's 50 years ago or something like that. So that's a huge benefit. It's hard to monetize.
Some benefit we're gonna get it, but you cannot.
It's hard to say because the developer makes $2 million extra, and it's, you know,
because
it's not a good deal.
great goodwills involved there. We understand.
So I want to agree with Brian and then I guess have a point. But first of all, I do think as a whole, you know, it's important because to Brian's point, where else are we going to get a homeless shelter? Is very difficult to cite. It is an intangible community benefit. But the one thing I would add is I think it's important in each of these to just make sure we get the best deal possible for the city. And I just went back and forth with Mike via email, but I had a couple follow-ups on like the estimating the construction costs and so the value of the new shelter, and whether the number that they have is higher than we would expect, and we can't hash it out here. And I don't know if the council president, if you feel like the questions you have to ensure that the deal is, we're not talking about changing what's happening. What we're saying is the public benefit versus the give back to the developer. Do we feel comfortable with those two? And do we need an extra basically week or two to compare, or do we feel that we've had all our questions answered? So I can talk to Mike in the next 48 hours on my questions on the construction costs. I don't know what the answer is going to be, but I don't know what your other questions were and where we go on that front.
I mean, for me, I would need a little bit more time, and so it's kind of a. So I don't recall what my votes were on like Enos Jones, for example. So the comparison was like Enos Jones, Morris Canal. I know I abstained on the Morris Canal redevelopment plan change. And I think I may have voted no on the Enos Jones and or abstained on it. I don't recall exactly, but the reason being in both instances, although with Morris Canal there was also some other issues there, but is the idea that how do we quantify the benefit? And so in this case, there's some intangibles. There are intangibles there, without a doubt. I would wholeheartedly acknowledge that. And the question is whether that intangible and that value in terms of dollars, can you quantify it in dollars? I don't know the answer to that. I also don't know in terms of, like, as we look at, as I said, that developer's fee, because it is a unique deal with the homeless shelter being built. And the way I described it with Mike is it's like if you look at Morris Canal, it was 10% on-site, 11% off-site, right? Contribution. You could look literally at the public benefit parcel across the street that's not St. Lucy's and say that's off-site development, right? Even though it's literally across the street, it's not on the site, it's not on their project where they're amassing 400 and some units over there and an additional 387 units in benefits there. So you could look at it as like as an affordable housing trust fund contribution or some sort of contribution to the city in dollars that are being spent to basically, whereas in Morris Canal they didn't do 21%, they didn't do the 20%, they did 10%, they paid out and did 11% off-site and said they're going to do 11% off-site. Well, in this case, the essential payout of those that's across the street is some dollar amount that they're estimating at 16 million. Is that, as Mike said, the economics of it are such that this project isn't probably feasible without some of the density and the units there at all. And so are there other questions?
Yeah.
There are other questions
Take a
for
look
me.
at the picture. This is preserving history? Are you kidding me?
I don't know what you're looking at.
He's looking at
A
the
picture-
rendering of the
building.
facade.
Are you kidding?
Okay.
That's what he thinks.
Listen, we're being run in this city by people that don't know anything about the history of this city here. And it's about time some of the stuff stops with them tearing down. That's a disgrace. You're putting that on a Catholic church. The Archdiocese has sold their soul over the last 30 years in this city here. Closing churches, closing schools. That's a disgrace. If that's what you're going to do. You say you're preserving the front of the building. This is a joke.
Okay, he's not associated with that at all.
So we
Just to be clear, he's our financial analyst.
Finance is a financing matter I'm going to ask.
He's bringing up the...
Wait, if I could just add one last thing, Councilman, just as far as the financial analysis goes. So the other thing, it's my understanding, if you look at, and I asked for the detail, I got it today. the detailed construction costs,
Can I have
project
a copy?
costs, but it doesn't include any sort of acquisition costs, right? So it's basically written off because the cost of the build-out of the benefit, the build-out of the shelter is in fact is replacing the acquisition cost. So the developer has no cost for the acquisition of the property, right? So that's a sizable, I won't say give back to the developer, but it's not our give back, it's the archdiocese, but that's kind of a deal between the two of them. So like, do we really count that as a dollar benefit at that point? Because it's a deal between the archdiocese and I'm just talking out loud here, right? This is just an open, like, train of thought, like me spewing out whatever off the top of my head on this stuff. So is that like just an equal trade-off between them and basically an exchange between them and not really a benefit and a give back to the city for the density that we're providing? I don't know the answer to that. I haven't really thought that through, and I'm just kind of talking out loud here about that in that regard. And maybe we should take another look at it. I just want to kind of analyze these numbers and see what see what those construction costs are. Take a closer look at that. Ask these questions and have a conversation with other folks who may be able to inform me more about these, being able to make an informed decision for myself around.
See, just only my concern the NW finance, because when we talk about the Maurice Canal that developed one of the projects, you would give us a financial. At the time, affordable housing units, you claim that actually like maybe 30% or 25% cheaper than market rate. But this one, at least 46% cheaper than market rate. So this one build affordable housing, make the people affordable. The other Maurice Canal, even though they call Maurice Canal as affordable, it's not affordable. Because the average rent of the 1 bedroom, $2,100, they're going to charge $1,700 a month for as affordable. This one, if you $3,000 or $2,000, they're going to have at least $1,000. If we $3,000, around $1,500. So this actually project make affordable housing units make affordable based on your numbers. So I can say that you have numbers. Strange. Very flexible numbers.
I don't agree. I mean, I
So
think
my understanding was the rent
numbers
is market rate was estimated 2,800, and so the rent would be 1,400 for affordable.
Almost they get the 46, in other words, 46% discount to market rate, 45%. But Maurice Canal is not. Even though they call affordable housing, they're only maybe 25% cheaper than market rate. See, that's why I bring up issue. When you build it affordable housing, make sure it's affordable. But this one at least make affordable.
Affordable rents are determined by formula. They're based on percentage of median income, and in different projects, the city has demanded different types of affordable housing. So workforce is different from moderate. Moderate's different from low. Low is different from very low, and they each have a calculation.
Can we close that door? So this is moderate, right?
This is for 80 AMI.
Correct.
And the Maurice Canal was 80 AMI. Same use AMI. AMI is here or there. In Hudson County, AMI is almost the same.
Correct.
So even though you have the same rents.
Yes, even though you go on, no. AMI is based on county. And the 80% AMI here is the same as 80% AMI is in Bergen Lafayette Avenue, you know what I'm saying? So when I see that this project, San Luis project, at least when they call affordable, it's affordable rent. But up there, Maurice Canal, even though they call affordable, it's not affordable. That's why I'm not happy with you. Some financial analysis is making me not happy. I can say that, you know? And also, this is yield 5.75, reasonable, you know? Reasonable, and I'm really, when I see a lot of homeless issue in Jersey City, and over time today have an upgrade facility for the homeless people, you know. Even the homeless people, usually we treat them like a human being, you know. And also they built like affordable housing unit, as I say, around 45% cheaper than market rate. I'm happy with that, you know what I'm saying. So it can make, even though it's like a 5% or 10%, it make affordable. The other place, even though 20% affordable, it's not affordable. That's the problem. But long story make short, rest of the council people have to figure it out. you know? And also do me a favor, if you give us 2 pages of finance analysis, make them discount to understand the finance impact, I don't think so.
So a memo was distributed to everyone.
Big one.
Marlene sent it around
Yeah.
late last week.
Oh, maybe I have was a meeting, so.
Late last week,
Last week?
Yeah.
Thursday.
I had the same question at the last caucus, and they wrote a detailed memo explaining, but then I sat down with them, because the honest to God truth is, I still needed some.
So we got 2 more days to go.
I think this is a little different for the reason the Council President explained from what you've seen before, because a lot of what you've seen before is a building that has a small increment in it. This was a cumulative output that was put together with the Archdiocese, the city, the redevelopment agency, and the developer. So it's not like a small incremental number. They went to put together a deal that satisfied everyone's economics and policy goals. So it makes them a little difficult to put side by side, but the items that are relevant and can easily put side by side is the benefit becomes the cost of land. And the cost of land in this is around $45,000, which is an appropriate cost of land.
$400,000
Per total.
Okay, totally.
Right, and then it's 55 if you're just counting the bonus. But those numbers are both good numbers. The yield is 5.75% approximately. That is very consistent with both Morris Canal and Ninos Jones. So the big items that are easily comparable make sense in the context of this deal and are appropriate.
Can I just say something? St. Lucie Shelter, I don't know how many of us have been here, but that place is in need
It's terrible.
of a new
It's terrible.
area, and they are building a state-of-the-art building for these homeless people that desperately need it. I mean, personally, I don't know how the rest of the council people feel. I wouldn't table something like this or bring a waste time on it. We should just move in on this. It's important. Simply for the fact that, again, I want to stress the fact that if you guys have not been to the St. Lucie Shelter, I would love for you to go visit that and be prepared for an emotional, trip to that place.
Council
So
President.
I'm gonna look, I don't want to belabor the conversation. I'm gonna ask for the council to consider tabling it at the next meeting, at the meeting on Wednesday. My commitment that it'll come back. I mean, I can't stop it. If the majority of folks want it to come back, it'll come back at the next meeting. All you gotta do is remove it. The opportunity there, though, is to be able to to examine the underlying assumptions and the costs that are being used as the basis for determining the yield for the developer and what they're seeing as their benefits for them and what their rate of return on these things are, and for us to make sure that we are getting commensurate value back for the city of Jersey City and for the taxpayers and residents of Jersey City. 2 to 3 weeks, March 13th would be the next meeting, literally a little over 2 weeks between now and then. Would be the time commitment there. There is no urgency. There's not like the need to get shovels in the ground tomorrow. And we've heard that argument. I've heard that argument over 7 years. That there's always got to break ground now. Got to break ground now. Like there's not that urgency there to do that. But 2 weeks should be sufficient from my point of view to be able to review the data for myself and be able to make an informed decision and an educated one, and to be able to say whether it should be 3%, 5%, or make some suggestions around that, or maybe it just stays exactly where it is and proposed. And I was just thinking about it too much and over analyze things. If that's the case, then so be it.
Council President.
This is a typical story of what's happening in Jersey City. We have St. Peter's Grammar School over here, now we have St. Lucy's, and they let places fall apart. Developers are famous for this. The Catholic Church should be held responsible for both of these institutions. This is a joke. We're tearing down and destroying a lot of what was a great part of Jersey City, and I think it's wrong. And looking at this picture of what they intend to do to this church is an absolute disgrace.
So, Council President?
Yeah.
With all that you're saying is valuable, but I'm looking at the NW Finance. If they want to try to make a low return of investment, they inflate expensive, and we got no way to verify the numbers as a council person. Or they shrink their revenue, general total revenue, and the increase expensive. Then looks like that the whole project lose some dollar. So if you provide those kind of financial numbers, I'd like to certify in a CPA, sign the paper based on so and so. Other than that, you has a special tool in your office, make numbers like this big and like that, and we don't know where to check.
It's not his number, like they're using
No,
numbers
not his
provided
numbers, but I
by.
mean, depend on how you can inflate the expensive, something we cannot, we don't even know.
To your point, they could be inflated, and I'm not saying they are, because I didn't look at them in great detail, the estimate, but technically, I mean, they could be, they're not our numbers, they're from the developer, right? So the estimated
How long
project
was this
cost.
one, I'm just curious, when did redevelopment first see this project? Because I'm just curious, because this comes to us after some time. And I'm just curious,
yeah, no,
when did
I mean,
all this
I
happen?
think-
The only reason why, because I think it's really a good project. We deal with the homeless people every time there's a fire, we're here trying to help and do what we can do. And me personally, I don't want to hold up a project because I know people really need a place to stay.
I
So
mean,
I'm just trying to
Chris
say,
may
how
be
long
able
was
to
this in
answer
the
better than
making?
me, but I'm sure this has
You
been
know.
going on.
Because then it had to be voted on by the redevelopment board. That's my whole point.
Right.
Okay, now.
Can I just
the
say,
board-
can I just
The only
say,
reason why I'm saying
I've
that is
actually
because-
spoken to the developer, and until this meeting, they were fine with it being, going off to the March meeting. They were fine, literally. I mean, they're not even here tonight, right? So, they were okay with it. So I'm not sure what the angst is here about this, but they weren't they had no problems with it in my conversation with them about it, so.
Actually, Council President right, even though wait like 2 more weeks, you're not gonna end the day. So your side provide more numbers, something we can understand. And also St. Louis is a #1 complaint about homeless people. They're filthy and dirty, and the security issue is not safe place. So there are a lot of homeless people believe that street is much safer than that place. So please, not only just get approved by the city council, but also they should come out with a plan how we're going to improve the security issue, safety issue, and other issues together.
Oh, that's
You-
a different, that's a.
No, even though we feel like we not get what we're gonna give to as a bonus, but if we put in all those things and make us feel comfortable, there was some kind of improvement and the special homeless situation, we had a very good warm heart, we're willing to go with that. So even council person asked, the president asked a couple of more weeks, you're not gonna kill the project. Before we prove that we would like to more, or a little bit more than what you provide.
So just to
Yeah, I mean,
clarify.
So he already provided.
That's his whole thing, he wanna know what do we want, he said he provided information, so.
I've already I met with him today, I've requested the project construction costs, he provided all of that to me. I just haven't had time to review it, and I'm not going look, I'm not gonna kill myself between now and Wednesday, trying to figure it out, and make sure that I run through the numbers, and I'd like to run it by some other sources too, like that, will help me validate, any sort of thinking about this stuff, so.
You know
That's
why
all.
I'm asking about this, because this went to the redevelopment board, was all these issues discussed at the redevelopment board? That's the only reason why I'm asking.
So I don't think that JCRA has voted on this yet, because
They-
I don't think the
they haven't,
redeveloper
'cause-
agreement hasn't come before then.
No,
I think it's just.
We have not voted on a redevelopment,
Yeah.
an agreement.
Right.
We just conditionally designated them.
What kid is a condition?
That's all you did.
Okay.
So who is the JCRA board member for the council? Who is it?
Right now, it's
Wait,
just
wait,
Denise,
wait,
and
wait,
then,
and
You know who it is,
No, I
Mike.
don't know.
Wait,
You know who it is.
You guys know.
Listen,
right, I'm
we're
just
beating
trying
a
to
dead
figure,
horse.
right,
Yes.
to see where we at with
This
this.
is
I
ridiculous.
my last comment, but we're moving on, is I think, my question is combination of what Michael and the council president were saying is just to, we have some numbers on, okay, what's the cost for construction? And then, we're never going to be, as a body, we're never going to be perfect, but to just verify that the numbers are in the range of, what's out there in our development world today. And then that makes sure that the community benefit is good. But I don't think anyone, unless we were Council Bogiano, but I think for the rest of us, I think we all think it's a project that we're supportive of. We just want to make sure.
I'm not against the project, I'm against touching the church.
Sure, yes, understood.
And I think I'm tired of people coming into the city, taking away the history of Jersey City. That's what I'm against.
Some history have to be, we gotta take down because of the situation. So we gotta understand that part of it. But we supported that project. Don't get wrong, we support it. It's a good project. Only thing is this one, just want to get a couple of more numbers. What's the big deal?
Yeah, he's not, he doesn't matter one way or the other. He's our consultant, he's not.
I'm serious.
Yeah, so who's the problem? Brian?
I
There's
just,
no problem, he just,
I
what
just
do you
want to,
want?
right, so
What
we're
do
gonna
we
take 2
want?
more weeks, you gotta tell me and tell us what you want.
I've already requested the information
And it
from
seems like you have it. So
Yeah.
Right.
So,
So I mean, the thing that I would, like, I have the cost per square foot for a 5-story stick construction and the cost per square foot for a 23-story building.
Sure.
And we have those, and now the question for my end, let's speak for anyone else, is to then compare them and make sure those numbers match what we see in the market.
Sure.
And can I do that in the next 48 hours? Maybe not. I'm speaking for myself. And then to just make sure that the benefits match.
I just put it on Facebook a minute ago.
That's
Got
all.
3 shares already and people commented already. This has got to be brought out to the people of Jersey City.
Right.
Yeah, I know he's talking about numbers. He's talking about holding this off.
One at a time.
Okay.
Councilman Bogiano, then Councilperson Waterman.
Could we just stay focused on the
Yes.
topic? That's all I want to do.
Councilman Bogiano has something to
Look,
say.
I'm not talking about the finance, I'm talking about the destruction of.
But that's what we talking about, the finances, though, Rich.
Well,
That's all, this is the conversation about the finances now, not the
Who's
facade.
in the area there? The people, most of the people, look, when we just had the Catron Massacre statue, people came from.
Okay, let's finish the
Focus.
conversation about the
We spent a
financial,
lot of
and then
time
we'll go
getting
back
our
to
focus.
your point.
So let
Okay?
Mike speak about it.
Yeah, Brian, project income based on market price now. So you got all those numbers, just provide those, what I'm saying. And approximately, the estimated expensive to running the whole those things was, we not ask for a lot.
In the memo you have,
I want people to.
the market rents that they're
Ready
ready
to
are
appreciate
$4 a square foot. I mean,
Yeah,
they're-
$4, $4.25.
They're in line with what goes on in the marketplace. I mean, they're not, they didn't like deflate them and show us 350 or something. They're in line with what's in the area. Cast iron lofts is right in that ballpark, so there's not a problem with the revenue. The revenue is consistent with what was.
Somehow I missed the information you provided, I'm sorry to say that.
I mean, I don't believe the cost of delivery is significantly different from what you've seen in other towers, but we can get a construction person to look at it.
Right. If you give us a 3 good reason, have to be proved that this Wednesday, 3 good reason, maybe city council consider. But if you don't have a damn good 3 reason, you can wait a few more weeks. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
okay,
Okay? Thank you, Mike.
okay, thanks.
You want to bring up Joe and JCRA, Chris? Sure. They're all here for Clay and
These people are on the
who else is with you? Argent. They're here for ordinance 4D. This is a second reading ordinance as well. And
soldier soul.
it was 4D, it was once 3E.
It's an ordinance authorizing the transfer of city-owned real property to the redevelopment agency. Just please identify yourself for the record.
Joe Bauman, Madam Scotland Bauman, Special Counsel to the agency.
Chris Gray, Deputy Director at JCRA.
Thanks, Chris.
He's the director.
So today we have, I want to engage in a discussion, a follow-up discussion on the ordinance for asking the City Council to transfer certain properties to the JCRA to further the redevelopment project that will be undertaken by Argent. I think at the last meeting, we left with an understanding that the council had some further questions and you wanted to understand better what was happening with the area that we're calling the park, that is really designed to deal with a myriad of stormwater, CSO, and flood control issues. So what we brought with us today is the redeveloper and their consultants. They have some boards and handouts, and with your permission, we'll walk through that presentation so you can get a better understanding of why that area, I think you know why that area needs work, and then we can show it to you, get some pictures of what it exists like today, and we'll walk through with you why, how we expect it to be better when we're finished. And that's really the purpose for this ordinance, is to get the property into the hands of the JCR so we can consolidate it into one parcel and then divvy it up to match the redevelopment plan. Right now, lots and lots don't match. And then there's 2 additional parcels that we went through a competitive process and we plan to sell to the redeveloper and turn over the net proceeds to the city. So it's 2 separate projects. So let me just let Clay McDowell, who's with Argent, I think, is going to lead the discussion from the redeveloper.
Hi, thank you, Edgar. I think
Just identify yourself.
yes,
I'm sorry.
Clay McPhail, McPhail, with Argent Ventures, ARGENT. Chris, do you want to hand out the? So I just wanted to give a brief overview of where we are on this project and what. What's transpired to date, and then also dive into the specifics on Mill Creek and these lots that are getting transferred. Sorry, this microphone doesn't pick up. Oh, I see. Okay. The zoning was approved for the redevelopment plan area amendment was finalized and approved in December of 2017 by the council. That was about a 2.5-year process with planning and a lot of community input to get to the plan that you see on page 3. In the past year since the rezoning was finalized, the remediation we've negotiated a remediation agreement with the JCRA. That will deal with the dig out of contamination on both our privately owned parcels and lots 73 and 77. Those lots correspond with the existing water course of Mill Creek. The contamination cuts across our property line, so the developer is going to remediate across the property line on all the parcels. And also the subdivision has been completed. So that subdivision finally mapped the new road network south of the light rail in this redevelopment area. Just for everybody's, the redevelopment area, Grand Jersey, extends from Liberty State Park all the way north to Grand. It includes Jersey City Medical Center, and it goes from the Turnpike to the west all the way to Jersey Avenue on the east. The only structures that are built in the redevelopment area right now are the medical center and a PSE&G substation. The plan dates from 2010. The original plan had always had a park centered on lot 73 and 77. When we started the amendment process, we kept the concept of that park there because that was important for planning, and we figured that was important for the overall cohesiveness of the plan. The park got increased because we decided to give some of our privately owned land over to make that green space larger. It was a little constrained in the original plan. So there's a net benefit of acreage to the city in that park. I think it's around between 2.5 and 3 acres. I don't have the exact in front of me. But that park is more than just green space. There's a couple of engineering problems that solves for us. One is a resiliency issue and a flood surge issue. Secondly, we have a lot of localized water contamination from the large combined sewer outfall at the head of Mill Creek. But as far as the resiliency aspect, Mill Creek was historically a much longer creek. Right now what you see is just a stub of a couple hundred feet, but the water course actually went far to the north, kind of paralleled where the turnpike is now. It was filled in bits and pieces over the last 150 years, and what you see now at the back of the Tidewater when you cross the pedestrian bridge to go to Liberty State Park is the only last little remnant. And basically it was just kept as a ditch to carry the sewage into the Tidewater from that CSO. And you can even make out on this map, so this map is the direction of the flooding in Sandy. And you can see from Mill Creek the water going north and to the east and west, and it flooded out both both Van Voorst and Mill Creek, Community Park, Lafayette, Bergen, Lafayette area. So it did quite a bit of damage. There's a lot of flooding from Sandy that came from Mill Creek. It was one of the 6 areas of concern that was identified in the 2015 Michael Baker report that the city commissioned to come up with a comprehensive resiliency strategy. So the strategy that they had identified was land rise in the whole area. Obviously, we have some issues with land rise in the whole area. I mean, in a 30,000-foot concept, it makes sense, but we have an issue with. You want to pull back the map of with the park and the buildings and the roads? So so Crescent Park Drive is this circular drive that rings the park. That is effectively a flood berm. It's up at elevations 17, 18, 19. So it's significantly higher than the minimum proposed elevations in that study. We have an issue further to the west where there's a lot of existing infrastructure. There's an old arch pipe, there's a gas line, there's the existing regulator in the CSO. They can't take a lot of weight, so we can't put a lot of fill there. We also have to deal with the existing grades of the light rail, which is about 9. There's some spot elevations underneath the turnpike that are all the way down to elevation 3, which is obviously very low. So the idea was that this flood berm would help to control all of the flooding going up to the north and impacting those affected areas. There's some additional work that has to happen underneath the turnpike, some minor berming there, and some additional work on Jersey Avenue. But the bulk of the complexity and the bulk of the solution is within that berm on Crescent Drive. I think that gets me there. So the other issue is water quality. Right now, the CSO discharges, and if you pull up that concept plan, the back of the creek, Chris, if you could point to the back of the creek, right where the regulator, the discharge point is obviously on the wrong side of the flood berm where we had to put it for various reasons. So we're working. So what we've designed and proposed is a twin box culvert. There's a new netting facility there at the back of the head wall, and it takes that water out to deeper water at the Tidewater. What's happening now is the sewage, every time you get over a half-inch of rain, there's a discharge at that CSO. The sewage is sitting in the back of the creek, and the creek is silted up in the front, so you don't get any tidal action. So it's sitting, the bacterial concentrations are excessively high in the back of the creek, and you get a pretty powerful odor. Most of you have probably noticed if you've gone over that footbridge anytime in warm weather, even modestly warm weather, it just reeks. So you're going over basically a 1-acre cesspool. Obviously that's not good from a public health standpoint, it's not good from an image of Jersey City, and it's not good for us to plan a development next to that either. So moving the CSO out into deeper water will allow the tidal action to take that out quicker, should ameliorate the smell, and solve that solution. We do have the issue, though, that the CSO needs to be moved, which is MUA's CSO. So we have been working with the MUA for a couple of years now. This is one of probably a dozen different strategies that we've commissioned and come up with them. This is the one that I think they like the best. It's the most cost-effective solution. It's about a $23 million number based on the concept plan. We had a verbal agreement with MUA, with Jeremy Farrell before he left. This was over the summer, that MUA would commit to about $10 million of bonds through the EIT program, which provides subsidized financing through the DEP. It's effectively 1% interest money, 45-year term. So MUA would sign up for $10 million of that, and the developer would be responsible for the remaining portion, or the majority of that. Since that meeting, Jeremy has obviously left, and we haven't had a lot of progress with the MUA. I'm not sure why this isn't a higher priority on their kind of action list, because it would seem to mesh with overall resiliency goals by the city. But as of now, we've been told that that funding is off the table. Haven't given a reason. I know they're working on a lot of other issues, and maybe this resiliency aspect isn't first and foremost in their minds, but that's where we are right now. So that's the reason for the flood berm. That's the reason for the whole plan, and obviously any support we can get on the MUA side would be appreciated.
Okay, council members, questions on this? Some folks asked for additional information.
What I don't understand is, where's the DEP been all these years? The MUA I can see, probably politics, but I sat down with, what's her name, the head of the, Diane, and I don't understand how the DEP can let this situation go on for years. I mean, I've been down there a million times, and,
I really don't know. I mean, as far as the MUA is concerned, they have a, I think technically functioning net back there, even though, I mean, it's atrocious, but it does catch the majority of the floatables. It's a bad situation.
It's great. I like the way you say the floatables. I think I'm here 54 years. I don't think the DEP has ever come to that part of Jersey City.
all I know is when they tried to do something 20 years ago, maybe 25 years ago, they said you can't touch that area because there's a small fish that breeds down there.
That's the floatables he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny, if you look at we have the summer picture. If you look at, that's the winter one, but if you look at the summer one, at low tide.
Danny, didn't you go swimming in there?
There is, you'll notice there's nothing growing below the high tide line. It's, well, that's not quite low tide, but there's nothing. There's no reeds below the high tide line. The bacterial concentrations are so high it kills everything alive. There's ducks that like to be back there, but that's it. That's
I
it.
know that kids used to swim in there years ago.
Well,
There's one right there.
I wouldn't go any. I don't know.
So look, what happens to catch crabs? All right, can I ask a few things? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So now, almost a 6 lot that owned by city, we're swept with that you, whatever land you has, in almost the same size of land, the 1.1, 1.2 acres, we're gonna swap each other, and you guys are gonna be paid for building the park. And the top of that, you guys are going to pay $7 million to City of Jersey City?
15.
Under the redevelopment agreement,
Yeah,
it's 11.
$11 million. First time they paid $7 million, I think, or whatever it's.
Yeah, 7 and another 4.
Yeah, $7 million, another $4 million now. So my question is that, it's the same things what I bring up to Council President, Councilman James Salom brought up the same question. Total, how much value of our land and how much value you own when you strip, we're going to make sure some kind of even exchange, so if they provide, the appraisal of the land value, do you have any document you can provide this council? Yes, whatever's owned the land owned by city, current market value, I just say any numbers, maybe $20 million. But our land value may be $8 million. But we're going to strip it, but we build up the park, costs us so much $1 million. we're gonna do all those infrastructure, you know, so give us some numbers, something this council can accept, yes, is it worse to swap the land, you know,
So
give
this,
some.
this is getting back to the issue of whether this is a park or not, and it's more than a park, as you can see. It's a serious green infrastructure installation. It's a substantial impact on stormwater management in the area. So it's not like this is park dollars that can be transferred to somewhere else, can be built park somewhere else. It's
Okay, so fine, if it's not,
So Councilman, the acreage is identical and it's right next to each other, so the value is the same.
no, can be different, even the same blocks, in the same blocks, if it depends a lot, if the corner cost is more, and not next to the corners, it's cheaper. So you cannot say that almost the same, but when I see that the buildable land, it can be different. If you see that this one,
Well,
The roads don't exist.
you want me to start? No, okay, go ahead.
if,
So give me just simple, what is the total market value of what city owns?
well, we can make it really simple. So
Yeah.
right now, how what happens with the swaps to make up the land in the park, the city is getting clean land. So all of our land to the south is clean. What the city is giving us requires approximately $2.5 to $3 million of remediation. So if anything, we should be getting paid to take over. You know, there's a negative value. This is all part of the larger, you know, rezoning. This is, you know, dealing with all of these streets down here. But I would say that the city land in the swap is worth nothing. It's a liability. If anything.
So city owned the 6 lot is worthless?
Yeah, there's PCBs, there's EPH. Yeah, I think there may be some chrome in there. Yeah, I mean,
No, the cities sell a lot of chrome land and contaminated land with a top price.
This is land that had always been zoned as park from 2010. So there was never any, there's no units ascribed to the land. It was just park from, you know, a decade ago.
So now then, let me ask the next question. If we change a zone in their land, what will be the market value?
I mean, it depends on the zoning. There's a lot
Yeah, if we're joining to change to residential. So now, tell me.
Depends on how many units you want to put on it. I don't know.
So in other words, you guys going to instruct the land without value of the land? And the city of just
But
going to...
the zoning's already done. The zoning was done a year and a half ago.
So that's what I'm saying, zoning's done, so a year and a half ago. Based on their new zoning, a year and a half ago. So now, what is the market value of the land? That's what I want to know.
So a couple things, Councilman. The market, the first list are slivers of pieces of property, oddly shaped. The roads don't exist today, there's no grid.
Sometimes the land is a local land, the value more than that big piece of land, because without those land, you cannot build. So,
Right, and we couldn't have a park.
Yeah.
The point is that we can't put housing in the park because the park solves our resiliency issues.
Okay.
And it solves our water issues, right? So the buffer, that area was the area that's going to absorb the storm.
So those area is, the land numbers are 77, 77A, and the 73A is the problem. Rest of it is okay. No? So tell me, instead of just tell me, explain it, because based on my map,
In this map, it shows you all the different parcels and who, because it's multiple pieces from different parcels from different places. They're code.
Gene?
Folks,
Help us
Gene,
out.
Gene, did you want to bring Gene with you guys, right?
See, I think one thing that you have not considered is that green area, that's not being transferred. That's the city property.
city property.
It remains.
Okay.
It's a city park. The problem is that they're confronting, you know, I think that Mr. McPhail is trying to indicate, is it's much more than a park. You don't really need a park. You have Liberty State Park over there, right?
Thank you very much. You're same page with me.
No, I understand that, but Councilman Robinson knows, we've discussed it with him, it's a gateway to flooding, from storms like Sandy. So you have to, you would commit malpractice if you didn't think of a way to have resiliency, stormwater control there. That's the only place where you can do it. You add to that one other feature. It's highly contaminated. It has bad stuff in it, okay? So that's got to be cleaned up. You can't just say it's a park and people can walk through all that. They can't. There's nothing there except what you saw in those pictures, which is debris, no vegetation, contamination, and it just sits there, and it's been sitting there. So you go over that bridge and you're gonna smell pretty bad, okay? So what do? You gotta clean it up, and then you have to make it into a park. And that park is not the developer's park, it's your park.
Diane said it's not a park, so stop calling it.
Well, okay, it's a resiliency area, I don't know what you wanna call it, it's green.
So let me ask this one. I ask very simple because I'm dumb. So I'm going to ask a very simple question. Why you guys are so generous to the city of Jersey, spend all those money to build up the park, build up the infrastructure? What is the reason you guys are so nice to people of Jersey? Can't you explain to us? We'd like to hear.
Danny, remember people used to...
Yeah. You tell me.
The overall project.
Because of the way that you described the whole plan, you come from the somewhere nice place, the heaven, to save the people of Jersey City. So tell me, what is the reason you are so damn nice to people of Jersey City?
There's a benefit to the city of Jersey City. There's
But
also a
don't worry about the
benefit
city of
to
Jersey
the
City.
properties that we own.
I'm sorry?
There's a benefit to the properties that we own. We obviously can't build in the floodplain. We can't build in the path of storm surge, and we can't build on top of 1 acre open cesspool.
So in other words,
Protecting their interests.
you guys, even though give us almost a total $11 million, plus build up the park.
It's not a park.
No, not the park. Green infrastructure, all those kind of things. Build up the infrastructure, project is worse to do, because if this one's done, your land actually now a buildable lot, so you can build. Current situation, you cannot build it because place is damn dirty, smells of things. So even though you build the building, nobody gonna rent it. So in order to build and the rent, you gotta solve that problem.
Correct.
Correct.
Correct? Right?
Correct. That's right.
Wow.
Hey.
Amazing. What is the name of the construction, the developer name?
Argent Ventures.
We all have to remember their name. Really, very good.
It's
But
a
you need
complicated
resilience,
site.
Yeah.
So,
Still
yeah,
take
so
away the fact you
still,
need the resilience.
the way that Joyce Waterman said, still, can we have an appraisal, the city-owned land,
Up to 6 shares.
and what is going to be their land value? That's all.
All negative.
And project, the construction cost for all the, build up the green infrastructure, all those things. So we know that how generous your company, so we can remember your name. Maybe we can put you on the city street after your company. Who knows what? So please,
Okay.
provide those documentation to us, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, provide him the documentation he's requesting.
Actually, exactly the same question I asking St. Louis project, the city council president and the James Solomon. We should know is that when we give to something, we should know is that what we're going to give to you and what we're going to get. All right?
I do believe we had a meeting at some point a year and a half ago where we did lay out all those costs.
Mm-hmm.
We can recirculate that.
Yes. Even 1 year old, it's okay.
That would be helpful, because there's some new members of the
Right.
council
Yeah.
that weren't here for that. That would be helpful, thank you.
So I have a
Can we get that to them before the council meeting on Wednesday?
If you have it, you could just email it.
And Marlene,
Yeah.
Marlene here is the council administrator, she can get that out to everybody.
So
okay?
one thing, don't forget, we try to expedite your project.
Right.
But before we say yes, we like to know, okay, what we're going to get it. All right? Is it fair? It's not a person.
Excuse me, I have one question. If you guys, we met a few times about this project.
This is Ward F, just to be clear.
Yeah, Ward F, right.
Yep.
Listen, I think it's time for something to get done there. I think it's time to put something in place to stop that storm water from being able to come in. But I want to know, if you're not going to get the $10 million from the MUA, where do we get the $10 million from to keep this project going? And if we're not going to do it, then why are we here?
They're gonna sell them.
Then you are stuck.
I don't know if that's my question. Is that your question?
NW Finance will come up some explain to us. Right.
It's a good question, Councilman. So there's a lot of numbers that we're working through this whole process. And they approached me anyway about the number. The MUA has a lot of priorities, and we're just trying to balance. There's a lot of obligations. The city we just authorized a fairly significant borrowing. So they take all those into consideration when they try to figure it out. So they've been down to see the NJIB, I think, New Jersey Infrastructure Bank. At the end of the day, they're going to have to come out of the pocket.
With the extra 10 million, because it was 10 and 2, right? 10 million, 2 million.
Which the whole thing is 20 something.
23 is
23 million.
But the issue is we can't get EIT funding as a private party. So there would be, the thought was there'd be a special assessment placed on these parcels to pay off the bond, the interest and the amortization of the bonds. But obviously that goes nowhere without MUA involvement.
So yeah, give us also all the financing. Where are going to get the, actually say, the $10 million? If it's not, we're going to be, we just want to make sure that JCMU, we prove this council $500 million capital improvement. Make sure not spend any dollars from the $500 capital improvement dollars from that area. Because that's supposed to all the costs pick up by your company.
Yeah, to Councilman Robbins' point, and also I guess Councilman Young, so if you aren't able to work this out, the $20 million, and whatever you need, a grant, so forth, and we transfer the property and this project languishes, and there are things that have to be done per the agreement in terms of the monies, the $23 million and the payment of the fees, the impact fees, the cost of the purchase agreement, and everything like that. So $23 million, what assurances do we have as a council that this money will actually come back to the city of Jersey City? Because we have other priorities too, that $23 million is going to cover.
So the 23 million, I think, is the number that he's talking about to make this sort of infrastructure improvements out of their pocket. But
no, I'm talking about 23. That's my understanding. There's like $11 million in impact fees, $12 million in the purchase cost. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the purchase price.
All of that's supposed to come back to us, the city of Jersey City.
The swaps are important because even before we get to the CSO relocation, we have to do the soil remediation. So the redeveloper is we're taking over that soil remediation on both our parcels and the city parcel. So, I mean, if nothing else, it's going to be improved soil, there's going to be a clean site at the end of the day.
And the number of these fees are also going to happen relatively shortly before the remediation is completed. So the impact fee comes in over time, and then this purchase of the land also is going to happen pretty quickly. So a fairly substantial amount of that money will be paid over to the agency and then over to the city before the remediation is actually done. That's their obligation.
Is there a reverter clause in the contract? And
we're not going to transfer the property until it's all complete.
So what are we voting on?
We're just trying to get it into the hands of the JCRA so that we can put it as part of the swap agreement, and we will hold it until such time as the property is all.
And will that have to come back in front of us for another vote, or once we transfer it?
Once it's clean, we'll dedicate it back.
Once we do that, yes, then out of our hand.
No, I think the JCRA is going to return the property clean.
And the $23 million.
And that will come in.
The park and the money comes in through the agency back to the city.
So like a lot of money, for example, come in much sooner than that.
Or to the city?
Yes.
Maybe we should put a tag.
Is there a mechanism? What's our mechanism for? What's our mechanism for accepting that money?
The JCRA can, through the redevelopment process, transfer back to the city.
The dollars, the 23.
Yes.
Do we accept it as council? I don't remember.
We accept it as revenue typically in our budget, and we structure it over time. And we're going to talk about this when the budget is out.
So Brian, then should be not used for like to fill the hole for the 2019 budget. Make allocate dollar,
We'll structure it. Yeah. I mean, we don't want to just take it as one big.
That's what I'm saying.
We'll do it over
Please
3
don't
years
do it.
or whatever.
How you spend it is.
Yeah. We'll have many discussions about that.
I'll give you a couple of lists.
Yeah.
To that end, could I just get as it pertains to the any documentation that asserts that the money will come back to the Jersey City? Is there documentation out there? If you could provide that for me before Wednesday.
So Council President, last I want to make sure, once those transactions happen, money coming automatically come to Jersey City without approved by Board of JCRA, right?
Correct.
We just want to make sure, okay?
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. Through the redevelopment agreement, that way, and then there's a clause in the redevelopment agreement.
We'll break it out, either way, we'll break it out in the budget, and we'll
Okay.
talk about, we're gonna do a budget projection at some point, and we'll show it in there as structure over time.
Thank you.
Okay? Great, thank you. Not to belabor the point.
You know what we're looking for.
Marty last.
Brian, are you leaving?
Yeah,
I need Brian.
Okay.
Okay. So just for the record, Brian, just to complete on the St. Lucy's, Councilman Solomon, did you request the construction cost per square foot?
Yeah, I think Mike provided that,
$4.
but I can, he definitely provided the construction cost for the shelter. If you can do the square foot on the big development too, that'd be helpful.
Okay, sure.
If we can get that construction cost, and then could I get a
They say
copy?
$4 a square foot?
Folks, sorry, just for the record, so that,
That was
it's on the
something
record.
different.
Could I also get the purchase agreement between the developer and, I guess, the archdiocese?
James, you're too nice, right?
Am I too nice?
Just a copy.
Too nice.
Because they're giving us all this?
No, but their properties won't be of no value.
Yeah,
They
thank
don't.
you.
They can't.
Okay.
I can see that.
That's their
They
best
can't.
interest.
That's their.
That's what I'm saying.
So there's best interest for
Where are
the
we?
city too, and having flood mitigation.
Folks, we're gonna continue.
We need something.
We're gonna continue. We're going with,
Beneficial is how I look at it.
Ray Meyer. He has ordinance 3A. Staying with the ordinances here. This is an ordinance to adopt updated construction site safety manual, incorporating safety regulations. Ray, the floor is yours. Do you want to?
Good evening, everybody. Ray Meyer, construction official. And basically, it's revision 3 of this ordinance, and we've had a lot of input from different parts of the city and different council people that is used to strengthen the ordinance, especially with construction sites, which is basically dealing with pedestrian safety, bike lanes and such, and then the identification on the job sites as pertains to abatements and stuff like that. And also just some fine tuning it as when a job is shut down by emergency services, the steps that they would have to go through. And that's basically what it comes down to. So that's what it is.
Okay.
So, Council President?
Yeah, we just approved this not too long ago.
Yeah.
These are further amendments that Councilman Solomon and Renzeri requested, and then I added the stuff about the jobs.
I think last time I asked that, we have a city engineer, it's a certified public engineer we have there, Joe Kuno, he's here? Actually,
He's coming out.
yeah, can we call him that? Yeah. So, yes. Okay. Joe, you familiar with the 3A, right?
No, let me take a quick look if I may.
It's adopting the
Yes,
construction
You're
site
familiar with that.
safety manual.
So last time I asked that the actual director of the building, Dr. Ray Meyer, and also we have a city engineer which is a public certified city engineer is there. Why we not also give that public city engineer power to shut down the some work site based on public safety issue, not only building department? We have any issue for that? Well, you are not qualified for that.
Well, typically the way it works is our division takes anything from the property line into the right of way, which includes mostly the sidewalk, the street, things of that nature.
That's you belong to you.
That's me.
Oh, so that's what I'm saying. So here, if we see that this one, you can say that construction site safety manual. But only in a construction site manual means that sometimes construction site can be part of the public sidewalk. You know what I'm saying?
And often they are, yes.
Yeah.
And that's when we work together on that.
And then basically what it comes under is, under work site safety plans, which is a joint operation between my office and traffic engineering and stuff like that. We're closing down sidewalks and streets and the like. And if those issues aren't being maintained, it's either notification by engineering that they revoke their permit, which means that the job gets shut down until they bring it back. And that the actual shutting down of a job site is under my jurisdiction, as the reason to shut the job site down. But if they have their traffic permits pulled or their sidewalk permits pulled, they can't actually function until they get correct those actions.
It's like a double check and balance. So basically, he manages the building permit, and he has the right to stop it or let it go at any point. If we have an issue that is beyond our control as far as we stop the traffic from happening, but they can still work on the site, he can then act almost in our favor on the site itself to stop the entire project until they come in and we have a big conversation. Because we don't want them to be able to skirt around. You know what I mean? So there's definitely a double check and balance going on at all times when it comes to that.
Okay. Other than location.
So 3A, I got a question or two. What's the height requirement for the chutes?
There is no height requirement.
Because I seen a two-family, they was throwing stuff off the roof the other day I drove past. Like, it was going in a yard, but as a day like today with the wind blowing, like, they was just throwing like the extra wood off the roof.
They shouldn't have been doing that.
And they don't have a chute on the side of the building.
Correct. That's not the proper way of basically taking debris out of the building.
And they just dropping it off the side of the building down into the yard.
Let me know.
Right.
Let me know.
No, I rode past and I read this and I was thinking about the chutes and I'm like, is it like one family, 2 stories? Because this is a brand new building, a brand new construction.
Any job site basically cannot throw debris out the window or throw it into the backyard or anything else like that. There is requirements as far as dust control and that they have to take precautions.
Okay, I mean, I definitely.
Is that articulated in here?
Yeah.
And I got the next.
Everybody gets a copy of this when they get like a permit or something, or for?
Yeah. Well, we make it available that they can access it.
And the time is 7 a.m.
7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
on the
on
weekends.
Saturday.
So, you know, I've been getting a lot of complaints about the building right there on Virginia Avenue that they were starting their tools. And I know inside of here it just says the jackhammer or something like that. What's that, page 6, 18. And it says pile driver. But what happened, like generators and everything like that is?
7 a.m.
7 a.m.?
Pile driving is at 8:30 in the morning.
And I think that might be a little bit too early. I mean, how long has this been in place? Are we changing it now, or is this?
Oh, it's always been.
It's always been.
From the first time the ordinance was introduced.
Saturday is Labor Day.
Saturday is 9,
9
yeah.
o'clock, 9 o'clock to 5. And that's strictly limited to interior, quiet work, unless there's a special circumstance that they would.
Did KRE have a special circumstance on Saturday?
No, but, and they would shut down for a month.
When, on Saturday?
When you would
Because of
notify me
that,
that they were working with the crane.
Mike got him?
What?
Mike got him on Saturday?
No, not this Saturday, when they were.
They were working this past Saturday, making a lot of noise. I wasn't here, I was in North
At
Carolina.
what time?
All day, they're not supposed to be working.
They never know, I was
Yeah, I
never
know.
notified.
He was in North Carolina.
I was in North Carolina, but I got the call.
I didn't get the call from Mike,
No.
because I was in contact with Mike on a couple of
So
nights on
if you
Saturday.
see that the last page, they have all the construction officer people's cell phone number, email address, so they are actually access to from city council 24/7. So thank you for the information, really appreciate it. We're gonna continue bother you.
Very good,
Good luck.
very good. Thank you.
Question.
Yes.
So, Council President asked if you guys were going to be giving out the safety manual, and you said it would be made available. What do you mean by that? Are they supposed to ask you for it, or when you say made available?
The contractor, when he's engaged with workers, should be aware of the rules and regulations that they perform their work by. Okay? And as far as notifying them on the larger projects, we reach to it. I'm trying to think of a way of coming up with an outreach program because there is a lot of contractors that come into town here
and basically are not understanding the rules and stuff, and maybe there needs to be something else. But me handling a piece of paper to a contractor in conjunction with his permit, it's thrown into a file and it's never picked up and read, unfortunately. So there needs to be maybe something put into place where, hey, you need to have an indoctrination lecture here to understand what the procedures are. So this way here, there is no questions on a job site. But that's something that I need to work out. But as far as saying to something, there's usually not that big of a problem with a lot of the sites. Okay, they do work within some frame of guideline. But when they are doing something that's out of line, okay, and I know about it very fast, okay, that they're put on the right track afterwards.
What infractions are most common? Pile driving on Saturdays? I'm just making it up. I don't know.
No, a lot of the infractions are is basically they'll do a sidewalk and they start jackhammering the sidewalk. Now, jackhammering the sidewalk is basically a permit that's not issued by my office, it's issued by engineering, but they're not familiar with the regulation that they can't go out and jackhammer the sidewalk on a Saturday because they are making excessive noise. Some of the work is basically, I would say probably in the course of handling complaints about working without permits, it's probably about a 10 to 15% number where people are actually, out of complaints that I do receive, is that many that are working without permits, that type of situation. Noise complaints, or dust complaints, that type of thing, is another area that we have to turn around and go in. Just to be clear on the example of Saturday, we wouldn't have issued a traffic permit typically on Saturday, but we did, we just start planning on it. This is actually further ahead of the ordinance.
Okay, questions? Anything else? Council?
No.
Thank you.
Ray. See you tomorrow.
Okay, let's bring up Andrew.
How old is he?
Andrew Vicio, he has 10T. Once, twice.
What are we doing?
10T.
10T. Contract to Diamond Construction, authorizing the award of the contract authorizing the award, rescinding a contract to Diamond Construction, and authorizing an award to Persistent Construction for citywide speed humps.
Good evening. This, as Council President Lara mentioned, this awards the contract to Persistent Construction for the citywide speed hump program. If you recall, we previously awarded this contract to Diamond Construction in September of last year. Shortly after we awarded the contract, they backed out, indicating that perhaps we didn't have enough, or we didn't provide enough information for them at the time of the award. In coordination with the purchasing department, we worked with the second lowest bidder, Persistent Construction, who indicated that that they would maintain their unit prices. So this resolution rescinds the previous award and proposes awarding the the contract to Persistent Construction. I should note that Persistent Construction has been the contractor for each of the previous speed hump programs. We anticipate that the project would start in May based on some preliminary discussions with the contractor. We also anticipate that the project will take approximately 4 months once initiated. We do not know the order in which the speed humps will be constructed until we sit down with the contractor, but I anticipate that they will not be jumping around to different locations just in the interest of efficiency. And that about sums it up. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Andrew.
Yes.
All right. So total speed hump, they're going to put you 81 piece in the citywide, correct?
80, 80, I forget the exact number, but it's around 80 locations or street segments.
Mm-hmm.
Some segments have 1 speed hump, some segments have 2, some have 3. So it's not 80 speed humps.
The
it's
81
more than
location.
Exactly.
Yeah, 81 location. So my concern is that with the 81 location, you know how much cost is for each location?
In the past, it's been around $5,000, $6,000 per speed hump.
Right. Years ago, if we put in the all the street put in installed there, the speed hump costs like $5,000. If we put in that the speed hump with street paving around the $3,000. Now this one come in almost $14,364 for each street. Another one maybe can be 2, can be 1. So price-wise, pretty high. Not only that, if we talk about with a contingency, almost $17,000. So even though you put in the 2, so I like to know exactly how many is a total speed hump, not just the location, because as you say, some location you need 2, some location 1. So I like to know total exactly speed hump numbers, because it seems like way high. Not only that, if you see the estimate cost was it, one of the things on item number 2, install the traffic strips, long life, thermoplastic. For its height. It's like they say total they're gonna print it to 26,000 linear foot, and if we divide it by the 81, they're almost like 321 feet long. If we put it on a speed hump, you're not going to paint the street like 320 feet long. So I like to know, so I'm not going to say anything, I like to know exactly how many pieces you're going to put it in. Based on numbers, we're going to calculate it.
I can definitely do that for you. I'll have that for you tomorrow.
And also, speed hump. Hump is not that big. They're going to put you like 17 tons of asphalt. Even though just 1, they're going to put you 8 tons of wood. To me, is a whole lot.
It's about 6 tons per hump.
6 tons.
Your math is not off, except that it's using 80 locations. We're talking about probably close to 150 humps themselves.
So I'd like to know, how many is it? And also, Andrew, when you come back, maybe this Wednesday, the city council, because we don't hold that speed hump project because we are desperate. We need it right away because it's a public health and a safety issue. So we like to print up. But when you come in Thursday or Wednesday, how many total, and they show me why the cost of speed hump increased so much, almost a 40% increase, like 3 years ago today. So I'd like to answer from your side, okay?
It's not that high. Well, we can do it side by side. There's no way around that much.
No, and that's...
It went up maybe 500 to 1,000 per hump, if that.
But you would have to, I guess the apples to apples comparison would be the price per ton of asphalt.
Yeah. So give us some numbers and the explanation. Okay?
I'll provide the comparison of the price of asphalt along with the information I provide with the numbers.
Yes.
Based on the 80 locations.
Right, because we don't want to delay the project, but we want to make sure the city council will know that why it's so much, and all other things, okay?
I just want to clarify one thing. You mentioned 3,000 per hump if we did it with a paved road. That's not the case. There is really no benefit to bidding it with a road program or without. That's why we did a solo speed hump, because this crew that is set up specifically to do only that operation. Even on a newly paved road, they still have to go back and mill into the new pavement a keyway and repave it just as if they did it on an old road. Okay. So I just want to clarify that.
So also another one is that the last time when they put at the speed hump, almost each district has a evenly shared at the number of the, but this time Ward F 21, Ward E 4, because Ward E when you get the 4, because over the years every year they do something, they get their everyday services, so I'm not going to say anything. And the C and the D only 12, C 14, and the B is 16, A is 14. So I want to know why is the most speed hump go Ward F 21, while we cannot some share with other place, you know, like some is go to what I think D and C or A. You know,
So they traffic studies.
you know, traffic studies are one thing.
But also applications, because I know some people will email somebody in the city and say, I want a speed hump on my street, but they don't go through the proper
No.
procedure with the petition and
Yes, so we
facilitate the
all those
study.
things do that many years, many times. So if we give us opportunity to city council, because now we know is that which streets are involved, that can we add a couple more streets, each council person as something you missed?
So the roads that were selected for this program, the program up until this point was purely based on petitions received by our office. That's not the way that we are recommending and we intend to proceed going forward. One of the action items within the Vision Zero action plan was to modify the existing speed hump program and build it into a more broad-based traffic calming program where we have more tools in our toolbox, so to speak, to calm traffic and not just speed humps.
Okay, so just give us the answer tomorrow, okay?
So what's the answer that needs to be given?
So I'd like to know that,
Number of homes.
yeah.
Applications.
See,
People from Ward F is persistent.
No.
That was the information.
I thought it was 30.
Just on the cost of.
Councilman Rivera.
Andrew, Joe, quick question.
Quick.
My concern is for the streets that are getting double speed humps, right?
Double speed humps, what's that?
If that's happening, right, and the amount of speed humps. My concern is slowing down fire trucks, ambulance, you know, slowing down, you know, it's a public safety concern. That's number one. Number two, when the speed humps first came into play, there were several fire trucks that were in DPW because the bottom plate of the transmission broke and it cost the city a lot of money to fix that. Are these speed humps going to be that high?
No.
Yeah, so to answer the second question, I'm very well aware of some of the challenges with the first speed hump program. Some of those speed humps were around 6 inches high, which is far higher than the recommended limit of 3 inches to 4 inches. So the program has improved in that regard. To your first point regarding spacing and the location of some of these speed humps, we have essentially 2 controls that we use to mitigate any concerns with delayed emergency response times. We do not install any speed humps on any roads that are classified as a major road. We use the classification, the functional classification map established by the New Jersey Department of Transportation, which basically just tells you every road in Hudson County, what's a major road, what's a local road. 99% of the speed humps that exist and are being proposed are on local roads. There are a few that have been constructed on what's classified as a minor collector road. So that's one control. And another control that we have is state law currently prohibits the construction of speed humps on roads that have volumes greater than 3,000 vehicles. Now, I will point out that some speed humps currently exist on roads with greater than 3,000 vehicles, and there are some locations on this list that have more than 3,000 vehicles. The vast majority fall below that threshold. However, the language of the state law says that municipalities may construct speed humps on roads with fewer than 3,000 vehicles without the approval of the DOT commissioner. We intend to petition to the DOT commissioner to retroactively allow us to have the speed humps on the roads where they exist now, on some of the busier roads, and to get formal approval on the few locations that have more than 3,000 vehicles.
So, you know what I'm asking, so you provide it Wednesday, and also we do this Jersey City at the Vision Zero program. It's a great program, we do that. And when I went to the Boston last week, I think we find a very interesting things in the Boston, because when I get into Boston City to go my son's house, like 3 miles away from the GPS, it took the 1 hour. So I asked, why is so much traffic? I went to Boston like almost 10 years. I never see that traffic, but they started like a zero vision, and they put the bike line all over the place. They bring up the unbelievable traffic congestion everywhere. And not only that, number two, bicycle accident is out of control, they say. So we see, as a judge, we should be repeat problem like other city happen now. So I think you should pay attention a little bit, you know what I'm saying? How are we going to be limited the problem some other cities face now, you know? So those kind of things, as a traffic engineer, we have some kind of a consideration and to put you some idea to limit that problem in the future. Yeah, or 3 miles, 1 hour.
Overdevelopment, simple, plain.
We have to move on, okay? We have a couple.
So as a vision,
A lot of folks still waiting. Go ahead. Is it still related to the humps or something else?
No, this is related to humps.
Okay.
Since we were behind on the program, because we thought we were going to start at the end of last year. I know that the plan goal is out, but what I would request is that you look at some of the crash data, because I know in my work in particular, some of the requests are being having some very serious crashes on these streets, so if we could help prioritize it that way, that'd be good.
sharings.
I will take a look at those numbers, and make sure it's discussed when we have the pre-construction meeting, and certainly I'll follow up with you after that happens.
You say what?
Is sort of, we're sort of wanting to shift away from simply the request-based model. My concern/question is, for folks who have reached out to my office in the last 6 months or so, who all got their requests in after kind of this list that we put together, are we going to be able to have the funding in place, assuming perhaps we'll approve it all, to do something for them this summer, end of 2019, spring of 2020? Because I just want to make sure, if you reach out on Second Street, we had the guys reach out on Second Street, put in the speed hump applications. Maybe we say speed hump isn't what you need, we're going to do some other traffic calming measure. But I just want to I don't want them to be sitting there and I have to say to them, well, speed hump is one of 2019, not passing the capital budget until spring of 2020, so the earliest this would be funded would be 2021.
It's a very fair point. We have been keeping track of the locations where we received petitions after the award in September. When I provide the information to council regarding the total number of speed humps, we do anticipate that there will be room in the budget for some additional speed humps. I don't know that exact number, but the number of petitions we received after September is not a large number. So I don't exactly perceive that to be an issue, but I can't confirm that.
We're also going to probably do a capital budget like spring of 20, as you said, and if anyone's fast with getting their RFPs and ducks in a row after that, it's engineering, so we could probably get that next round if we put it in the capital budget in the summer of next year too. Okay. So we're going to do some now, probably some more.
On this round, there are people who submitted the petitions to Councilman Osborne at the beginning of 2017. And now we're just getting for now. I just don't want that same lag time for the next round.
Is the signage included?
Yes.
Okay.
So how much is the total budget we did for this project? Total budget was it?
Who's kicking the table?
Roughly $1.4 million.
We budgeted for 2018 for $1.4 million.
No, I think it was lower.
I think
we supplemented with some road money to make this happen. Okay. However, like Andrew said, there's room inside of that contract right there that you're going to vote on Wednesday that will account for some extra. That sum is what we're going to have to define for you. So we usually like to hold on to that until we get a little further on with the project. But either way, we're going to get you the numbers with how many are already scheduled in that 81 locations.
And the process, and what the Councilwoman, the Mira say that we like to the list of the most has car accident in each district. So we just want to make sure those area has also the required speed hump ourselves,
No, so I just said them to get that B first.
So likely the way it's gonna go is this way. We're gonna sit in a room with the contractor, we're gonna figure out the most efficient way to get them done as fast as possible.
Okay.
And we think that it's gonna work pretty much in sequential order as possible geographically. But either way, we're looking at 3, probably more like 4 months at the most to get all of them in. So it's not a very slow, it's a quick moving process.
So make sure that they spend just a total construction, reserve the contingency, you know what I'm saying? So
That's in there.
Yeah.
See who's there. That's it. We'll make an announcement at that time.
Okay.
I just want to clarify before I leave, just for, the 2 pieces of information I'm providing are the total number of speed humps based on the list that was provided to council, and the cost comparison for the asphalt compared to previous contracts.
Thank you, that's it. Yeah.
Asphalt has gone up.
It goes on.
It fluctuates. Should have gone down.
Like petroleum.
It's down.
List of locations.
They have that, yes. But so they're asking for the total number of speed humps.
Oh, that we have already.
The 80 locations is just street
got it,
signs.
I want to go home.
That's fair. Thank you.
The DOT publishes a list of monthly price, fuel and asphalt.
Federal or state? Federal or state?
State, that goes by, I think it's south of the Raritan and north of the Raritan. It's south and north.
Andrew, Central Jersey.
They have 2 different.
Okay. Keith, you're up. Keith has 10P.
The mayor's spy is up.
10T?
P is Peter.
Oh my God.
What is that? Who brought in the air freshener? Is it like this? Like
Zach and Hank brought that. Someone brought it in.
So all it has to carry.
Stacy, that's your link.
Okay, you don't mind. I called you 007.
No, anything is great. Just gotta give him a different bond. I gotta figure the best way. He doesn't have to do it.
Okay, it's a resolution authorizing the execution of an agreement with Special Olympics of New Jersey to conduct a grand reopening clinic at Pershing Field Pool. Keith, you want to say anything about this?
This is something that our Olympic swimmer is putting on, and a fundraiser for the Special Olympics. It's also a grand reopening for our pool for all the improvements that have been done for the last few months.
Thank God.
Okay.
Thank you, Pat.
Second thanks to God.
Good, sounds good. Thanks, Keith.
Keith,
Okay.
it's only one day event, right? 007? One day event.
Joe, you're up. Joe has 10Z8, 10Z14. Joe has an award of a professional engineering services contract to T&M Associates for the on-call civil engineering services project, number 19-003-E, for the Division of Engineering, Traffic and Transportation.
Okay, so very quickly, I just want to explain why we're going for a contract of this type. We're trying to do as many projects as we can with the lead being in-house. Straight from our division, what we're finding is that a lot of projects, when we award the entire design, every phase of that design, we're having some issues with quality and with spending time and the efficiency of marking up and sending back and forth. So we're going to take the lead on every project that we possibly can, but as you might imagine, there's certain things we cannot do in-house, like professional survey work, soil testing, geotechnical type work, cores of the asphalt, and things of that nature. So this is more of a supplementary contract for many projects that we have going on this year, with the majority being led in-house. So I wanted to explain that and make that clear to everyone. I think this is the right way to go for the taxpayers and for the ultimate expenditure of funds, and try to save as much money for the actual construction as possible. Okay, so any questions on that one?
Yeah, oversight all the construction, right?
No, this is strictly for the, actually, no. As needed, this is general engineering. It could be design, it could be construction, but for the most part, I believe we have the in-house staff already to cover the majority of the construction.
We're going to need their help mostly on survey, geotechnical cores, and some environmental type testing, and DP permitting if and when directed, things of that nature. But again, the lead will be generated, the lead work will be generated in-house, out of our division.
Yes. And
What drove this decision again? Like just,
So we've had a few projects in the past, quite a few actually. Overall, it's only a few that have gone out of our house, if you will, in their entirety to be designed by consulting firms. I'm not happy with the overall product and the amount of time that it's taking to get to the final product and the amount of energy expended by my in-house crews to get to that point. So at that point, we might as well just take the lead and use them for the phases that we need. So a pick and choose instead of an entire design phase by a consulting firm. We will pick and choose when we need them for things such as survey, some drafting support, again, soil testing, things that we can't easily do in-house that we would have to sub out anyway. This way it would be there. We could, obviously with every bill, they're going to have to send details on what backs up into the amount that they're billing. And we'll also list it by project as well. We'll be very detailed with that.
Can you give me like 3 projects, for example, not to right here? Like that,
I could give you 2 right off the top of my head. So,
if you can give me the kind of the how they were done, outsourced and so forth, right? And then, like you're saying, that there's some cost savings for us, right?
Yes.
So they bill you for some costs, right?
Correct.
So you could probably identify in that final bill of those costs, like where it would be saving, and then you can just kind of pinpoint for me like how you'll be saving and what work you'll be doing in-house, because, so my concern would be, now you got more work, right? So
Right.
So now we need to hire more engineers in-house, right?
So we've done that, I don't know if you recall, but in the past couple of funding cycles, I've had many vacancies in my org chart.
Yeah.
You all have been so generous to allow me to fill some of those with some key hires. And when I say key hires, they're much more efficient than what we've had in the past, being that we've had vacancies, now you have a body there, right? But we're also bringing in, like I said, key hires, from mixed backgrounds, private, public sector. And I'm confident that this is the way we can go and actually generate some significant savings, mainly through efficiency and getting these projects on the road more quickly.
Adding to what the council president said, when I read the contract, there was no set price per hour, so how much they charge per hour?
There should have been a exact per hour by title price list.
Yeah, but not on the contract.
No, attached to the memo. My memo shows some typical tasks, plus approximately 6 projects that we're looking to use.
All right. And also, this is one of the things, business administration, we should read that. Did you ever get a chance to read this one?
Is that related to this?
Yes, somehow. It's very related.
I don't think it's related to this.
It's not, but I'm going to make it, you feel like not related, but I'm going to make it relative.
Okay, so that
So
means
now,
it's
this
not
is what it
related?
is, okay. Because of the, one of the things we should be, as a, urgently I'm required as a business administrator, when we do the like RFQ, when I read this one, just my personal opinion, that company, it's not that much involved, you know what I'm saying? Only one vendor stepped in New Jersey. That's they have to use it, if you want to try it as a pilot program. But this is what it is. When we hire vendors based on RFQ or professional services, we should be ask them to provide ownership list of the company, who owned the company. You know what I'm saying?
That's
because
required.
years ago, 2013, and the council president, remember, and Councilman Danny, or Joyce, whatever, the council, which was, we remember that when we give tax amount, usually we ask them list of the shareholders.
That's required for any contract over
Yes,
$60,000.
but unfortunately somehow they disappear. But whatever we do, request for proposal, qualification, RFQ, or non-bidding hiring process, they eventually provide company ownership. Even though they're LLC, they should provide the person's name, who's how much they shares. You know what I'm saying? So we try to make a transparency, and TNA company got nothing to do with Joe Cruz. We all know that, but still, if TNA company come out as professional in a service without bidding, just RFQ, then they should be coming to provide the list of the ownership, okay? So we bring up the transparency in the general public.
Is that required on the professional services automatically by state law?
Yeah, but somehow we never get the paper.
It may not be in your package, but it's definitely in purchasing. We can get you that right
They
away.
don't include it in the packet.
Yes, please get included, okay?
We can get that for you.
Yeah, we can, yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So our business ought to make a difference a little more.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Which one was that? 10?
That's 10ZA.
10ZA.
Okay.
And not only this one, every public, not public bidding, like a RFQ.
You can always request it for purchasing, but I can have them.
Yeah, but if we do that, we all can look at it, because I'm Barry Bell's name, X, Y, Z, I'm not gonna know.
So basically the packet that backs up the PO every time, just put it in. Okay,
Yeah,
we
all
can
right.
do that.
Okay.
Sure.
The next one is similar, but this one is specific. The next one is 10Z14.
That's Langen Engineering and Environmental Services to conduct Phase 2 site investigations at the Fire Department Rescue 1 site at 616 Municipal Avenue.
So in conference with the Division of Architecture, this is a bit out of their wheelhouse. This involves heavy environmental investigation and potential remediation. So this is basically for one of the initial phases. It's phase 2. It's still considered an initial phase. It's not the initial phase. The initial phase triggered the need for a phase 2. Phase 2 is a little further, deeper investigation and possible start of remediation depending on what we find in the phase 2 study. This will fund the ability to do a phase 2 study to keep the project moving. Otherwise, if we don't do this, it stops right there and nothing happens. So we need to find out what's in the ground to be able to clean it and meet the DEP standards. So because we have a specific allocation for environmental projects in engineering, we're going to take this over and present it to architecture when they're ready to come in and finish out the project.
Joe, if the floor of the firehouse is cement, let's say 6 inches deep, what contaminants come through?
Depends on what it was built on, right? So, and also it depends if, for example, we hit a tank, an oil tank, underneath the kitchen of the site on Sip Avenue, the firehouse site. It was actually in the kitchen, which is very rare. It's indicative of an addition possibly being built over it. So that required very careful suctioning of the tank, cleaning of the tank, and then all dismemberment by hand. That was costly. Things of that nature could possibly be found in a more deeply done, a more investigative phase 2. And that's what we're doing here.
That stuff is like over dramatic.
Now granted, Councilman, the number that I put in here, there are some softening in there. There's some buffer in there. I don't anticipate that we're going to need all of that. But in order to be able to keep the project moving, I did bump it up a bit. And anything that is not used will go right back into the environmental funds that you approve each time we submit a capital bond ordinance. Luckily, we've been able to keep up and actually have some surplus on that, but it's literally every year 1 or 2, sometimes even 3 projects come out of nowhere that we never knew about. So, you know, and a lot of them seem to be, no offense to fire, but they seem to be around firehouses. It's a lot of oil tanks that were decommissioned at one time and never closed out the paperwork. So now we have to recreate the file with the DEP, which is an arduous process, and go back from there. Reservoir 3 is another site. We had a very lengthy open environmental case. It could have gone on for years, but we brought in a new LSRP, and we seem to have a path towards getting that cleaned up so that we can open it up for recreation sooner than later.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you all. Get you that info.
Great.
Everything's good.
Okay. Let's see, Stacy. Stacy has to get going. So we're going to move her up.
All the way to 7:37 p.m.
So your first item is what, 10G?
10G.
10G. 10G, 10I, J, QRSU. QRSU.
10G, 10I.
10G is the first one.
So G is the resolution appointing Vishnu Karmak
Kem
Raj, as a
She
member
go?
of the Jersey City Immigrant Affairs Commission.
Where's he?
He is currently, he's a part-time prosecutor,
Immigrant attorney.
who is very interested in immigrant affairs, and we felt that we could use an additional lawyer on our team. We've lost a few people over the last 2 years.
Where does he live?
Here in Jersey
New
City.
Jersey. He's volunteered with the Office of Immigrant Affairs when it was previously Office of Diversity and Inclusion. He's,
yeah, but we're on though.
And he's on 28 Concord Street, it's on Las Vegas.
I know he's done, helped a lot of folks with their, volunteered his time working with.
And your ward, Rich.
Citizenship issues, things like that.
You don't know him and he's in Ward C?
Nope, I don't know him. The address should be on the front of a resume,
So
not on the
just
side.
a very simple question I'd like to have that. So thank you for your service as a,
Professionals.
yeah. But my question is that this person as a prosecutor of Jersey City, so that person cannot conduct any municipal case or any code violation as a lawyer, but also she involved that he is involved that Community Immigrant Affairs Commission, so that he cannot do practice for immigration case in Jersey City, you know? Other than that, it's a conflict of interest, you know?
Well, he couldn't prosecute cases related to the Immigrant Affairs Commission. My understanding of the Immigrant Affairs Commission is an advisory commission. It's not something that has code enforcement or any kind of litigation or law enforcement or code enforcement.
It's advisory.
Duties. So it's an advisory board. So now, if we're saying like the zoning board, I'd say, well, that's a little bit different. But it's an advisory board.
So it's okay? I'm just asking.
My point of view, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
As long as you're not have the conflict of interest, you know, say.
Yeah, and I believe there's someone from the law department, John McKinney, who sits at every meeting, and so if at any point there is a possible conflict of interest, John will manage that. We have actually another person that comes to the meeting that's not an official commission member, that it works in the law department because there's general interest of theirs. And it is an open meeting with this person, has the skill set, and it's something we need.
Yes. And please keep in mind, this person is being appointed to be a member of the commission. John McKinney is the person from the law department who sits and advises the commission on anything that may be legal related. So this position, this person is not being appointed to be the commission's lawyer.
I see.
Okay.
Okay.
So, a resolution authorizing the City of Jersey City to accept a gift from John Christian Entertainment.
What number is this?
10I.
So, I'm not sure if you all know, but Inez Fry, our director of the Maureen Collier Center, is retiring on Thursday. We're hosting an event for her retirement on Wednesday, and John Christian is a DJ who works with us, and therefore we needed a resolution to accept this gift.
Questions? No. What time is the party?
The party starts at noon.
Great, I'll be there.
Please all be there. She
Oh, no,
served
there's a flag raising.
42 years with the city. J is a resolution authorizing the City of Jersey City to accept a gift from Lee Sims Chocolates. These were chocolates for Valentine's Day, and we wanted to just acknowledge the gift.
Okay, thank you to Lee Sims.
Yes.
So $225, Bill?
Well over $25 because it was about 200 pieces that were probably worth, it's about Q is a resolution authorizing the execution of a grant agreement to accept a grant award from the Illinois Public Health Institute through the affiliate of the Data Across Sectors for Health, DASH. And this is the second DASH grant. I mentioned the first one a few weeks ago. This is the second, so there's two Data Across Sectors of Health nationwide. We're one of 2 cities across the nation that have received both of these grants, and we're leveraging internally the innovation team's data crew to help us
get more accurate data around public health issues. R, a resolution authorizing the city to enter into an agreement with Fuda Inc. to coordinate catering services at City Hall Annex.
Oh, yes.
I think many of you have heard that we are still anxiously awaiting development in Jackson Square, and this is an opportunity for someone to coordinate local vendors to sell lunch in our building. And so we're trialing it so that we can convince some local vendors to move to Jackson Square.
So now my question is that, why is only Fuda Incorporation the only one provide that?
Well, they don't provide, they're like the broker.
Yeah.
And so they'll like call, a local entity that doesn't deliver to Jackson Square, because many don't deliver to Jackson Square. And they will coordinate a day, and they'll coordinate this with all of the staff from HEDC and HHS, anyone that's interested, and they'll let them know sort of what the food of the day is or what restaurant is coming today, and they'll coordinate that for us over the next few months. We're gonna try and encourage local vendors to see that there is life in Jackson Square.
But what I'm saying is that why Fuda Incorporation the only one?
It's a broker, so they
That's what I'm saying. Why is this the only one broker?
Because there's no other person doing this work.
He's the only one.
Only one, and
Then let me
they're
ask you
doing
something.
it for
Did you
free.
give any
because
other
it's a-
opportunity to other person or organization to provide those kind of services? How would you do that? You say he's the only one. How did you know he's the only one?
Because we've actually been looking around for someone to help us with something, and it would take too much of our staff time to coordinate, like the current
We
community
understand.
service.
What I'm saying is that city council purchased some meals. If this officer only deal with one company provide so and so.
So you're not understanding what I'm trying to express.
Okay, explain to us.
So I'm going to explain it a little bit more detail-oriented, like it says in the contract, if you were able to read it, is that they will be reaching out to all the local restaurants and engaging them to bring their meals to Jackson Square, to the annex, to sell them. So they are not making any money from this process. What they are doing is helping us, because it would take a lot of work for us, and it's not something the health department should be doing. So I worked with the director of HEDC to review this. We met with them. They do this in buildings across the country. There's no one else in Jersey that's doing this, and we think that this will help us build some economic development credit with some of the local, whether they be downtown, whether they be Ward B, people to know that we're not paying them.
Right.
Yeah.
So my
Individuals
question-
will buy their lunch. So like Tuesday, maybe it's Liberty Diner, or
So
Wednesday,
my
you
question-
get an email.
My question is, do they have a certain number of restaurants, food vendors that they use, and if so, who are they? And I'll be blunt about it, my concern is, are we bringing in?
No, we told them we
offense?
wanted local.
I know, but what's the definition of local? MLK Drive or Newark?
No,
County?
Jersey City like Jersey City companies. They had mentioned some companies that we were like, we don't want Chick-fil-A coming to the
And I'm
annex. Like,
still,
we want
my
local
point
mom
is-
and pop.
My point is it mom and pop on MLK Drive, or is it mom and pop on, no offense to Newark Avenue Pedestrian Plaza, or the Heights on Central Avenue, or wherever, but like, the idea here was that we brought an annex to the drive so that we could stimulate economic development and opportunity along the drive. So if the business, if people are getting their food from other places, I don't want to deny people food. They can go wherever they want to go to get their food, right? But if we're actually serving as a broker for them to get food elsewhere because they don't want to venture outside of the street and like.
Well, yeah, I had someone
walk down
venture
the block.
outside in the street today, fell down, wound up in the hospital because
Okay.
they're driving to Bayonne to get
I think a station director.
So then we should just abandon the whole thing then. I mean, that's, according to your logic.
No,
there, it's
they're
like,
right now, they're leaving,
oops,
they're
I'm
getting in
afraid
their
I'm
car.
gonna go break my leg if I walk outside on MLK Drive. Oh, my gosh.
Can we, I just want to ask something, Stacy, let me jump in here before I get drowned out. You know what, did we check with diversity inclusion to see?
Yes,
what
we
listed
did.
they had?
We actually are the
Because
ones
that's
who
part of
give
the-
diversity and inclusion most of their food vendors.
Right, okay, I just.
We manage all the vendors, therefore we cannot manage inviting any vendor to come into the health department because we license them. So this would allow us
Right.
to have someone that manages that because it would be a conflict of interest for the health department to do that.
Yes, I agree with you 100% about what I'm saying is that this company you just mentioned today is a broker to grab the local vendors there. But this is a proper company. It's not going to be provide all those kind of work 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year. He's going to provide service for free, no charge.
They're not providing, so
They're going to charge
restaurants are going to sell
That's
their
what
food.
while we give to them.
We're giving them nothing.
No, not why. What? Listen to me. This Food Incorporation is a broker, bring up all the food vendors citywide provide the lunch sell that the city will annex building. Fine. So this company is not voluntarily provide those kind of work for free. Somehow those kind of this company going to be charged for whatever food costs each restaurant plus our.
No, did you read the contract?
No.
Okay,
But I'm asking
so
you.
maybe if you read the contract, you would know that they do not charge. They want to do this because they have not tested a model in a municipal government, and they've noticed that we don't have that option. So right in front of the hub, you know, there's a McDonald's
they
and a
provide the
Dunkin'
services
Donuts. It's
over
very
as a
hard
benefit.
for us to be practicing what we preach as a health department, but the health department themselves cannot solicit restaurants to come into the annex to sell food, and therefore we found somebody that does this work, and as a trial and a contract, they're willing to do this, and we think that this might bring new business to the neighborhood.
Because then they'll see how the neighborhood
They'll
is.
see that
and
there's
then
like
maybe
people
take up a
inside that
store
actually
there.
are buying
I get
food,
it.
and that they do want to buy food, and if the goal is to start with just MLK people, then that's fine, but if they're selling something that the staff, like my staff might not want, the empanadas on Communipod, they do, they order them, they're someplace that delivers, right?
It's the beginning of testing the market, so.
What is the process for, I guess, being included on the list? Is the company reaching out to the area
We will
restaurants,
tell-
or can the
Great
restaurants
question.
reach out to that company?
So, since we register every company, we would
They have
provide the list
This is
to
the
them,
health department.
and they will solicit them, because we cannot solicit them, but we know everyone that has a satisfactory health license, and they would reach out to them and say, it's also, you know, an opportunity to say, like, square one. They're far away, maybe they're doing great business, maybe they're not, they don't deliver. Someone on MLK, they want to do a fish fry, and we don't have that. Maybe it's a Friday fish fry, and we want that as an option. So the staff will be getting a survey, and then the staff will make the decisions of what they like to eat. It'll go out to everybody that works in the building, and based on their interests and that match with any of those restaurants that have an interest, there'll be some connection, and they'll come and they'll have either like pre-plated, ready to go items that the staff can buy.
Like, so what does it take for Steak and Take to be able to say, I want in on this, right?
They have to like provide staff to manage it when they show up at the annex.
So that they have to be at the annex outside.
Inside, in the lobby, they would coordinate, and they'd
They
say,
have to
what's
be
the thing
there.
you want to
No,
sell
they say-
today?
who are they're applying to FUDA? They're like,
FUDA will reach out to across the city. I will have them focus on MLK and 305.
say we don't want to wait for them to come around because maybe they don't get around. How do we make sure that Steak and Take or someone else on MLK Drive or on Kennedy Boulevard or wherever, Ocean Avenue, that they're able to go over there and just say, I want in? Look,
We can ask
we
them
can,
to
I'm just going to
there.
say for the record, right? So we've had a 4th of July where tons of vendors go out there. We have JC Eats and all that stuff. And, you know, I hear it all the time from the folks from outside of downtown Jersey City. How do I get in on this? How do I get in? Everybody else is making money, making a buck on the growth and development of Jersey City, on all our great decisions, but like, how can I be a part of it? And so you refer them over and they try to find their way and their hoops through all this stuff. And so we want to make, I want to make sure that folks have access to this opportunity if there's going to be an opportunity for them to do that. And so it's got to be made super clear, and these folks at FUDA need to make sure that they open it up and are
We
very
made it
transparent
very
about
clear to them what we wanted. We can make it even more clear. There are some people that might not have 2 staff to, you know, leave the restaurant at lunchtime.
Let me ask you
so
something, Stacey. Could they just give us a quarterly report this way?
Yeah, that's fine. We can give you a monthly report.
You know,
Because
I'm
it's
just
all
saying,
done
because
digitally.
I know
You
we
can
want it
probably
just fair
log
across the
in
board.
daily and see how many things the staff bought. I mean,
Yeah, our concern is just making sure everybody's covered.
yeah, and my concern is like
And I can
motivation and
understand,
keeping my
yeah.
staff
Right.
there and
Right.
happy and working, because when they leave to go get food because no one's delivering, and they walk down the block to, you know, by the way, it was
But you
very
know, I'm
cold the
just
last 2
curious,
months.
Uber Eats don't deliver? I'm just curious, because I thought they go everywhere. I never had a problem.
Well, a lot of restaurants that the staff are trying to order from might not do Uber Eats. There's a lot of staff, I mean, I don't know, do you deliver, Jermaine?
Grubhub, yeah.
Grubhub?
What is another website that delivers?
I mean, they all do it.
They all do it.
Many don't deliver to
what
Lunch
she's
Action
saying
Square.
is that people on,
I'm letting you know.
a lot of the people on MLK don't do that service. It's a lot of people around, I just started, that do the delivery. It's a lot of the people in the neighborhood that don't do it. And I was really against this when I first started reading, and then I Googled who FUDA was. I looked into exactly what they do, and I thought it was something that we needed to, and I didn't even speak to you to try to spur some growth up there, because we want people to come up there and build their companies up there, right? Listen, so if you look at MLK Drive, it's not a lot of restaurants that do the delivery. You know, we have some of the Chinese, we have the Latin, we have like Carolyn, Soul Food, right around the corner, but most of them don't use the delivery system. And for me, you know, I had a lot of questions. Y'all just had, I was like, y'all already asked the questions, but what's the length? Could we know that? Like, because it's going to be 5 days a week, right?
Yeah, it's going to be work days.
So
Monday
how
through Friday.
how do you get the contract, and what's the length, right? You're going to do Monday, she's going to do Tuesday, he's going to do Wednesday, right?
So and they can be even more upfront than that. They can bring everybody together that's interested and do it by like what an agency's capacity is. So just so you know, as we started doing this, and you'll hear at the next meeting our interest in the RFP process for lunch for seniors to improve the quality of the meals. We've talked to many local restaurants, and they're like, we don't have the capacity to do 250 meals. So there's about 250 staff in the annex. And so somebody might say, we have the capacity to do 100 meals or 80 meals. And maybe it's not enough. And then they're like, oh, you don't have capacity to serve the clients. We might need to bring in 2 restaurants that day. Or you can only do this once every 2 months, or you can only do this on Mondays, because traditionally you're closed on Mondays, so this might be an opportunity for you. I tell you, when we had very long meetings with Peter Fergato about local procurement and doing this for our lunch program, because we want to serve local, you know, mom and pop, you know, and what a lot of people are saying is they don't have the capacity. So some might not have the capacity to deliver. That's an extra $3 or $5 or a minimum of $20. I don't know, you know, like, so a staff member's not gonna spend $20 on lunch. So somebody goes out and like takes a drive, and 4 or 5 people get there, you know, so this is traditionally what's happening. This happened, you know, at Summit Avenue as well. It was just a little bit closer to more food resources because of Journal Square. And I think this, for us, gives us an opportunity even for food trucks as we try to build the food truck hub on MLK. Because that's an interest of ours right across the street.
So how do FUDA make money?
FUDA makes money from big corporate like Goldman Sachs. They are just, they have no rate for nonprofits. So there is no rate for nonprofits, and so they're considering us one of their nonprofits, which is obviously why we need your approval. And if it doesn't work for the local vendors, then it doesn't work. But it's an option to let the staff know we're trying to feed into this need. We've been there a year, we are promising them something will come, and nothing's there yet.
So just to Councilman Waterman's point, when we get these reports, if we could also see the restaurants or businesses that opted out and the reasons why. Because I know back to capacity issues in doing markets and festivals and events, there's a certain drop off in percentage because if somebody calls out sick in your restaurant, you're not going to go off site, you're going to stay in-house, and then that means that they can't necessarily
get that's every business. I do think something like an event downtown, we don't manage those. Those are like sub-managed by nonprofits. JC Eats, I understand it's very expensive. This isn't, there's no price to enter this.
I don't know, but just like if there's reasons why, for example, there's a higher percentage of businesses on the south side or the west side of the city that have been asked but cannot participate, just some sort of clarity around why that is.
And we'll let you know that this request will go out to all licensed health department food establishments and the food trucks.
Yeah.
So, food has agreed to provide their service free of charge to the city of New Jersey. But this was still free of the vendors?
The vendors, it's free to vendors.
So they are both. Food vendors provide food is free, and the city of New Jersey is free. So it's a free service.
It's a free service.
Nothing to lose.
Yes.
You gotta try something.
Try something.
Yes.
Just make sure that get something.
You will get all the reports.
Okay.
All right. So there is a resolution authorizing an agreement with the Hudson Vicinage Probation Division to allow community service to be performed at city-owned senior citizen centers. We're working with the community court on this. So there are individuals that have gone through community court that are currently in probation. We'd like to get them to do activity. Our senior centers and our lunch sites are great opportunities for someone to help out because we don't have enough people power there. And our final resolution authorizing an award of a contract to Comcast Cable Communications Management, LLC for media advertising services for the Department of Health and Human Services.
Which one is it?
You.
You.
Yes. So I think you know that we have a new partnership portal, Healthier JC. It rolled out in May. Actually this Friday, if everything goes as planned, we'll roll out our second round of mini grants to Healthier JC partners. We have $30,000 in mini grants. A part of this work with Robert Wood Johnson and the Kresge Foundation is to greater promote our work in diverse communities, and Comcast has offered us an opportunity to promote in multiple streams of cable in all of the languages that we're interested in, those channels, small 15 and 30-second ads to drive people to the work that we're doing, highlighting a different partner every month. We've discussed it with JCTV as a way to get some of that information out so that we don't continually hear, I didn't know about that. We have over 2,000 events on the calendar right now. If you have not already signed up to be a partner of HealthierJC.com, you should, and you can list your own events or take a look at what's going on at any day across the city.
So in other words, our JCTV is not enough? That's what you mean?
Well, we're getting the opportunity to make some ads with JCTV, so some things like whether it's flu season or like washing your hands and getting that up on the some
Just
general
marketing.
public health things that we've not been able to do, and now we currently have funding
Yeah.
to be able to do that for the year.
It's more marketing, different languages. It's good.
Yeah, so first part of the year, it's being covered through Robert Wood Johnson, second part of the year, covered through the President grant.
This is grant, paid for by the grant?
Yep. Thank you.
That's it? Thanks.
We taking it from the top?
No, we have Pat's motto here.
Okay. I've got Joe Cunha.
Joe
left. Joe? Tanya, Erica? Yeah.
Erica said she can spend the night.
They have 3B. Or do you want to start with the easier stuff?
Yeah.
3B. Yeah. Okay, we'll start with the resolutions, K and L. Resolutions K and L.
Okay, 10K is a resolution of the municipal council to propose of the Jersey
I'm
City.
sorry, okay.
I mean, I think we should do it when time is here, but I had a whole presentation.
So,
of everything.
actually, I'm going to interrupt you, Robert. Let's just go back to 3B and then
Okay.
we'll do K and L after, yeah?
Who have it?
Ordinance 3B, we're going to start with 3B. Sorry about that, folks. So it's the,
That's amendments to the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan to amend the fund for public arts bonus to apply to Zone 3 and modify the corner lot bonuses map.
Right, so Erica is here and she could really, I think, speak more in depth about it, but just as a general way of a background, we in the past, at least 2.5 years, have had a ton of requests for amendments, and all of those amendments have been requesting a lot more than what's on the site. And one of the things that we started doing was working with our urban designer to look at the Zone 3, which is the zone that we thought maybe, if anything, could handle a little bit more height. Zone 3, so is also graduated density, but at the highest lot size, it could go up to 25 stories. Yeah. 25, right? Or 25 with office. 27 with office space. So the way that the plan has always been written is that there's these 2 floors for office. They're bonuses, and so the applicant is still getting that additional height, but has to primarily use these spaces for office. So the only thing we're really kind of doing with this is that we're taking those 2 floors and saying, you can either build office or you can build residential, but if you're building residential, you have to pay $35,000 a unit within those 2 floors that will go to the cultural arts bonuses for Journal Square, which is very specifically for the Pathside Museum and for the Lowe's.
And as currently written, the public arts bonus only applies to 2 blocks within the Journal Square redevelopment plan. And so now we're extending that to all of Zone 3. And as currently written, it allows for 4 additional stories, but we're reducing that to 2 stories. And we are not allowing it to be combined with the office space bonus at all. So it's one or the other, and instead of the lot size having to be 12,200 square feet, it's only 10,000 square feet. So we see this as more of a public benefit than what we currently get in the Journal Square redevelopment plan.
So the bonus does exist already. It exists for a very specific site, almost kind of outside of the plan, and the bonus exists at $7,500 a unit. So we've upped it to 35 in an area where we think that the height is probably more appropriate, and we hope at least this will alleviate some of the amendment conversations and also help us be able to raise money. Additional to this.
Oh yes, the other thing we're doing is we're removing a number of corner bonuses which allow for increased density on top of the office space bonus. So there's a map that you were provided, and the red circles indicate areas where we are proposing to remove those corner bonuses. And one of the main reasons why we are deciding to eliminate those bonuses is to keep some of the density, or that is which we feel is more appropriate for these sites and where there's already really built-out neighborhood. So you can still get some density, but not the corner bonuses.
Right, I assume that you've all heard at some point or another, I know Councilman Waterman hears about it personally all the time, and Councilman Porciano, is that the corner bonuses essentially really encourage people to buy up more land, to demolish houses, and to build things that go up to 12 stories, which are completely out of character with the 4-story neighborhood around it. We actually did a pretty good intensive study to make sure that the ones that we were removing, we were making sure that we kept buildings that were of value to keep. Some pre-world buildings that were 4.5, 5 stories.
Which were towards the southern end of the redevelopment area. And we also, I know you all had an amendment for some corner bonuses a couple of months ago, but we also removed some of those because we realized there may have been approvals on some of those properties as well, on those sites.
Right, so you kind of got a Journal Square amendment sandwich here. Some removals and some added.
So the language for removing the corner bonuses, where is that? I don't have it.
It's not language,
It's just in a map. Okay,
Just a map amendment.
it's a map amendment, okay.
I'm just curious. I know you said 35,000. How do we do like the percentage? Because property value shifts. And I know once we start in Journal Square, that property value is gonna go up. And I just know we still not getting enough. You know, why couldn't we negotiate a percentage, you know? I mean, I think we probably do better based on, you know, land value. I mean, because this was like conversation, right? I mean, because y'all settled on 35,000, right?
Right.
Because, you know, it's no formula.
So, I mean,
What's the basis?
You'll find this in the conversation that we're going to
Yeah,
have with
'cause
you
you know,
next
I've
month about inclusionary zoning, about how difficult it really is to kind of pinpoint that number.
Right.
We have had plenty of conversations with the core developers who are saying that they're buying the land without the improvement at $50,000 a unit. And in some of the areas down, I think further west, we're seeing, I think we did a study and we showed that people were buying the land without improvements at $20,000 a unit. So it still fluctuates kind of all over the place, and we settled in, I think, around 35. I believe that these numbers went through NW. I don't have the financial analysis here, but it wasn't a number that we kind of just pulled out. I know it's a number that I think people feel like is not enough, but we did it based on basically you being, the developer being interested in buying an extra unit, making the development more realistic. So if somebody comes to me and says, I want another 4 stories, I have absolutely no idea what their math is, and I could be giving them an approval that they'll never build, and that they'll just totally kind of take the land to a completely high value, and nobody will ever buy it, and nothing will ever get built. This really forces them to look to see the number that's based on an actual kind of trading number per unit. How many more units is it worth it for me to buy before I actually build this site?
So can I ask 2 follow-ups on that?
Go ahead.
The first is, would it be possible instead of doing a number per unit to do maybe per bedroom? Because then you're obviously, there's sort of an incentive. You can do, you could sort of, gain the, bigger units, but it's only 1 unit and pay less than the city.
Would you qualify a studio as a bedroom?
I mean, we'd have to put the definitions in. I mean, I would imagine, yes, you probably are half of the room. Just a thought. And the second thought would be, and this is for all, not just for this plan, but for other plans, to index these numbers to inflation so that they rise on an annual basis. And then the third question, this isn't just for this plan, but we're thinking about it, could we put these in Enos Jones and I've had more time to think about it, is it possible to think about, like, I don't know, 3 years from now the market may be different. And obviously if the market goes down, the developers are coming to us and say you have to put the bonus down. But if the market goes up, the developers are just going to stay quiet and say this is great. So I don't know how we think about the idea that, like, the market can change, but I do, like, that doesn't mean we shouldn't do them. I don't know what the right answer is. If you guys have thoughts or on how to do that.
I kind of understand what you're saying, I don't know what the right word is.
Sure. Well, on the first two, we could certainly do better potentially,
yeah.
and then inflation index.
So let's
correct?
do the math, let's say that we were able to fit 24 two-bedrooms, so you would pay 24 times 35, or you would pay, more. Okay. Or you would do rate 1 if you were doing all studios. Would it be less?
If you did 24 studios, and
If you did 24 studios, if you did 24 apartments.
Well, you'd get more than 24 studios.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, are you that encouraging smaller units?
Well, I don't know, it depends on how you, I think the bedrooms, I think it's less of a kind of, than if you do units. If you do units, then you're definitely encouraging large units. You know, 2 or 3 bedrooms, which maybe if you want that, go for it. Like if you targeting families, great. But
I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. So if you pay $70,000 for a 2-bedroom, 35 for a 1. That's how.
Well, you would change the number to, like the bedroom number would, I assume that you wouldn't keep the 35K number if you did it by bedrooms. I mean, I guess maybe like the most neutral way of doing it would be per square foot, but then it gets really complicated, that calculation gets more complicated.
It is, but we've had NW do it in the past, to look at the per square foot, and I can tell you that per square foot, is almost 1.5 times the amount for studio than it is for a 2-bedroom.
Right. So there's still an incentivization there. So, depends also a little bit on what I know Councilman Bogiano and other, large councilmen want. If you want to incentivize larger units, then this is a good way to do it.
I mean, it's totally opposite to you guys, but the only thing I guess I would ask in this instance is that the quarter bonus removal. Can you
Yeah.
do that?
Sure,
Only
100%.
because that's when it gets to put us in the place where people start to put in applications.
And I don't want it to like totally stop this.
No, but we-
I just want to figure out the.
Right.
Fair.
Yeah.
Now, is this change just something done in-house, or was it requested?
it was in-house.
In-house, it was done on an analysis done by us.
And with the, no need for a fiscal analysis on this one?
Excuse me?
No need for a fiscal analysis or like an MW type analysis?
We can have it or something. I think definitely we have the first word for the neighborhood this weekend.
And then with the, so unless, am I interpreting this really
He did an analysis on the third.
But yeah, we were talking about the affordable housing.
so in terms of the reducing the height, the stories, is there any legal issues there or challenges potentially, or?
Just purely bonuses
Yeah.
that are completely almost circumstantial about how much land you can actually acquire.
So is the answer, that's no?
It depends.
I'm just asking. It depends, okay. Okay. And then last thing, can I just get the color maps, this stuff?
We have
Can we
black
send
and
it for
white.
everyone?
Yeah.
Or just email it to Marlene and she'll print that color and stuff. Thanks. Thanks, Marlene.
This is what we get, is the black and white.
Yeah, I can't tell what the heck's going on there.
They don't spend money on us, Jen.
So do you want us to stay here for J, K, and then?
Probably makes sense in case there are questions.
Why don't we go to them then?
Let's do it next.
Okay.
So, Councilman James,
Yeah.
the Rich Boys, are you happy?
Yeah, well,
That's what I
you
need.
spoke to Paul, right? You spoke to Laura. I mean, they want the 2060 plan change, that's the basic plan.
Oh, Paul DeBronco and. is that
He wants
what-
the quarter bonus removal is definitely a compromise between himself and the Middle Square Neighborhood Association. So he's okay with the final selection.
So they are happy with the $35,000 per unit?
So they're happy with the quarter bonus removal. The quarter bonus removal,
Okay. So they're all happy?
yes.
With the corner bonus removal.
Yeah.
With the cone.
Corner bonus,
Yes.
yeah.
That's it.
Tanya, was it you asked for a list of all the people on the planning board and their resumes?
Didn't, you asked, and I think you received that a couple weeks ago.
I never got it. Never got it.
Yeah, Matt was looking.
I definitely think we need some changes in the planning board. There's a lot of dislike going around right now. And they don't have any consideration for the community, for the people, and it's getting out of hand. And I think half of them, or most of them on the planning board, except for two maybe, should not be on that planning board. What do they know about planning? They don't know anything about the neighborhoods. And Tanya, as you know what's going on. You've been involved for the last month, and it's starting to get annoying.
We're in a difficult state for both planning and the zoning board, but I think for the most part, as the planners really trying to do their best to kind of give, I think, a guidance document to the board members as to really kind of guiding them on how to vote. Because as you know, really at the end of the day, variances are legal issues, and there's established kind of criteria and proof that has to be met by the applicant in order to justify those beliefs. Whether or not the board has been liberal or conservative, I think the planning board in this instance in the last couple of years, I have in the past worked with some other municipalities, but I don't know if there's ever been this kind of level of attention at the planning board, where, especially within Journal Square, the actual zoning is starting to come to fruition, and we're seeing, I think, a lot of attention. The board, I understand your feeling, I understand everybody's feeling that there's a little bit of not a disinformation, but a little bit of an education divide between, I think, what the community thinks the board can do and what the board thinks that the community can do. And so we're working actually on really kind of mending that. But I understand your frustration. You're not the only
It's
one.
very, very frustrating.
I know. Which is why we are doing our best to really kind of tailor this Journal Square plan.
So one way to reduce, a little better idea is that maybe we have a planning board, like a two planning board, maybe change the stage, like this size of city, we share the north and south, because some planning board members don't know nothing about the height, and they make decision based on, here, because they live all the way down, and also some board members live in height, they know nothing about all the way south in Jersey City, and they decide what's going on here and there. I think somewhere, we feel uncomfortable. If we have a major issue, his issue actually, I was shocked,
What I can tell you is I think the way you want to focus your efforts is on the application procedures. And so you can always ensure, and I know that you guys approved by resolution, to ensure that there's at least one person from every ward on the board. Believe it or not, it's difficult to sometimes get people to come to these meetings. Nobody wants to stay for 4 hours.
That's the challenge.
We just
That's the
started
challenge.
placing them.
That's right, we started feeding them to try to get them to stay. I'm serious.
So what I will say that what I think is very important to the board is definitely representation. And so sometimes the boards are overrepresented in one ward and not the other. But like I said, if you guys have the ability to kind of really be more control that, yes, it's mayor appointed, but I believe all the, I believe they all come from resolutions.
That's true.
At the end of the day, they blame you and me and him. Here, we are.
You can get a balance from each ward. I think that definitely can be done. Yes, you can. Because we do
The
vote.
zoning board, there's nobody from board out.
No, and they're changing zoning probably. I've never been to the meeting, but I'm quite sure. And that area is getting developed, so you have to be careful with the zoning. If you don't have no representation, then things are happening and then.
It makes a huge difference when
It does.
is there.
I agree. You can balance that out. I do agree.
Tough.
Well, it ain't tough. It's just something you gotta do. You just gotta change it. It's not tough.
So
That's
please
something we
change-
have to work
okay.
on. We have to work on that.
Let's,
That's it.
All right, we got 10K and 10L.
Alrighty, so these are
K
from
is-
me. Yeah.
Okay, you want to
You're not-
explain,
No,
Counselor?
you can read them if you want.
10K is a resolution directing the planning board to propose amendments
I give
to
everybody.
the Jersey Avenue Light Rail redevelopment plan.
Danny, it's for you. And this is for Denise, and then
James, Abdullah.
comments. Thank you. Alrighty, put those there. Certainly I have for the record. Sorry. One for, Robert, I think everyone has.
Everyone has one?
Yeah.
Jermaine, you have one?
Yeah.
You need one more.
So,
need one
well, we need one more. We still have one.
You want this one?
No,
Sure.
there you go, you good. So, there's two resolutions on the council agenda that I've asked to put on, and they ask for the planning board, so direct the planning board like we do on other resolutions, to, one is reconsider and pass amendments to change the Jersey Avenue light rail plan, which I'll go over, and then the second one asks them to consider a specific project that has been proposed, which also would have amendments to the plan. And I thought the best way for me to explain why I'm asking for your support on this was to kind of go through this kind of analysis and proposal. So if you guys want to start just by turning the page over, so we're talking just more broadly, we'll get to a specific plan in a minute, but more broadly I'm concerned with this neighborhood right here that's north of the Holland Tunnel. So you see the 14th Street is the, 12th Street is the lower access point, you've got the whole area north of what's happening there. And I think there's sort of two goals that I'm pushing. And the first is what I would call correcting the mistakes of the past, which is that right now, if we don't change anything, we're probably going to get about 12,000 new residents in that neighborhood. And I estimate that as 6,000 housing units, 2 people per unit on average, so 12,000 new people. And in so doing, we're going to get neither affordable housing nor infrastructure. So basically, we're getting a lot of new people, a lot of new luxury housing, and that's it. And so, at a minimum, I think we should think about how we can change that to a certain degree. So if you turn the page over, that kind of covers that in more depth. So it's the 12,000 new people and the 6,000 new units. Currently, the best case scenario is that you get 2% affordable housing out of the 6,000 new units. But even in that case, that's a overestimation, because there's a 10% housing requirement in the Jersey City Light Rail plan, but you can get out of it if you don't build residential. So we just built a hotel there, and the hotel, it's a hotel, so it's not residential, so they got out of the affordable housing requirement. As folks who know who've been there, there's no transit. The folks in Holland Gardens, that's their #1 issue. There's no school up there. Cordero School is overcrowded and is busing kids right now for pre-K3. There is some open space in the, what you'll see on the western side of the district, the new park that's coming. And then there is going to be an SID or an SAD that I believe is coming, that the administration's been working on, that could fund some of the infrastructure improvements, but as of yet is not here. Next slide just goes through all the different potential developments in that area. So you see that where the number of units comes from. So if you flip the page over, this gets into just a little bit more on the affordable housing issue in the neighborhood. So the land there has appreciated immensely. It's incredibly valuable, whereas I understand a couple years ago there was no development there. So now, Soho Lofts is going to sell for $263 million total out of 377 units. There's an empty lot there that's being put on the market for, it's being put on the market for $100 million. It probably won't sell at that, but it will sell for something like that. So you're talking about an area whose, the value of the land can now support affordable housing in a way that maybe couldn't prior to that. And I have here this estimate of the maximum number today would be 142 units, but again, I don't think those will be built because I think there's an out written into the plan where you just don't build residential and you're out. This stuff I don't have to tell you, but cost burden, right? How many JC households overspend on rent, right? Roughly 50% of our households are cost burdened, and over a quarter are severely cost burdened, more than 50% of their income on rent. And if you flip the page, that's the map of downtown. That shows you what percentage of people are rent burdened. And so as you see in the area north of the Holland Tunnel, over a third of the people who live there are rent burdened. And if you look over at Hamilton Park and those areas, you're going to be looking at between, the lowest level you're going to get is like 27% of folks who are not rent burdened. So it's, even though it's, downtown, we still have the same, not the same, but we have an affordable housing crunch, just like we have in the whole city. If you look at the next slide, it's a transit desert. So if you see here, that's that whole area there. The closest train stations are in the red. So you see the Hoboken one at the far right of your map, and then you see Newport at the far bottom right. The challenge on both of those fronts, for Newport, you got to walk across the Holland Tunnel to get there. So if you have, you're in a wheelchair, you're disabled, that's not you're crossing like 8 traffic lanes twice. It's not really accessible. And then Hoboken, you have to cross under the underpass and then walk along Observer Highway. It's like a 25-minute walk at best, and no bus whatsoever. So again, we're missing transit in the neighborhood. If you turn the page, school overcrowding. So again, potentially up to 12,000 new people. Right now, all those students are zoned for Cordero School in pre-K 3 through 8. And currently today, there is 30 students that were bused from that school for pre-K 3. And there's no plans right now with the School Development Authority or the school district to change that. There are things that are talked about, but there's nothing in the works beyond concepts. Another issue in the neighborhood is a 16th Street Park, which I know that Councilor Rivera and others have mentioned many times. There's a picture of it there. As you guys can see, it is not in a usable space where it provides public benefit for people, for the most part. People walk their dogs there, people garden the little planters that were put up, but largely not nearly the use it could be. So plans, let's talk about what we have. We can turn the page over, current redevelopment plans. There's the area in the Holland Tunnel 2. There's 70 Jersey Avenue Park plan, and then there's 69 Jersey Avenue Light Rail plan. 70 Jersey Avenue Park plan has largely been built out at this point, or is in the process of being built out, or the approval's already written. So it's much harder to change those and add in the affordable housing or add in the infrastructure, right? So Cast Iron has been built, Soho is built, they started construction on Statco, the first phase of Van Leer has been built, those are all the sites up there. So not impossible, but much harder to change. So that's why I'm focusing on this one, 69 Jersey Avenue Light Rail plan, because this plan has largely not been built out, and in part because what's written there is not a ton of density. It doesn't, I think, make a ton of sense for the neighborhood. And so a lot of folks just haven't been interested in building, although we did get this hotel that came in. And again, it's a project, but I didn't think it provided the community benefit that we would want from that neighborhood. So that's the focus of this resolution, is basically to have the planning board consider amendments to the Jersey Avenue Light Rail plan, and that's in the yellow. So if you turn the page, why the light rail plan? First, it's a reasonably old plan. It was adopted in 2007 and has seen little to no development occur during that time frame. So, you could argue, hey, we built this plan and it's working, but in this case, we built a plan and roughly nothing has happened. The last substantive amendment was February 13, so all prior to the full administration coming on board. Hasn't been touched in a long time. But here are the 4 reasons to focus on it. First, most lots have yet to be redeveloped, so it's something that we have an opportunity to truly impact the future of it. But development is starting, and that's this hotel project, 182 14th Street. Again, developed, it's not a bad thing, it's a hotel, but it doesn't give any community benefit other than the tax revenue. What I'm asking for, number 3, and we'll talk in more depth about this, is the developers will get something from this, which is heightened density, and in exchange we'll get the community benefits back. All this would be subject to the same fiscal analysis we've been talking about, 3, and no abatements would be anticipated for any of this unless the council and administration wanted abatements in exchange for things. So what are some things we could add to the plan? Number 1, we could add, if you pay a strict affordable housing requirement, we're obviously considering inclusionary zoning as well, but this could jumpstart that. We could potentially consider a light rail station. There are potentially other ways to get that, but we want to do the transit. We could potentially consider school space on one of the parcels, and then we could potentially consider financing for 16th Street Park or other uses of that space based on what folks want. Maybe you sort of turn the page, Holland Gardens. So Holland Gardens is in the plan, it's circled in the orange on your plan. I would ask, and it isn't written in the language, not to touch, having them not to touch this, just because the Housing Authority has started a process of community outreach, and they wouldn't want that to go one way or the other. That's with housing and community, and it will eventually come to us at council. So that is just written in to say, move at your own pace, because that's a separate project. If you're flipping over the page, what are some potential objections to doing this? One is, would this be too many people? Would obviously be increasing density. And I'm very sensitive to that. It's something a lot of my constituents talk to me about pretty much every day. But I think there's a couple things to keep in mind here. The first is, I don't think there's a plan to build some of this necessary infrastructure without increases in density. There's maybe some, we might be able to get one thing, but to get the roads, the sewers, the open space, the schools, the transit, all of that, I think requires working with developers on density. The biggest infrastructure complaint I get is path, and thankfully the vast majority of these new residents would be predicted to use the Hoboken path. And I've been told that from the Port Authority itself that the Hoboken path has excess capacity, that they have room for more people. I don't have an exact number of people that the neighborhood should have. Planners can work on that. That's why we're giving it to the planning board. However, I would say that this neighborhood, more so than any other neighborhood downtown, because neighborhoods I know, should have a lot of people, because if you'll see on that map on the right, it's largely kind of trapped by some very big physical barriers, which means if you want to have people for parks and retail and all the things that make a neighborhood a nice place to live in, you need more people. So if you look at the red lines, on the north end, that's the train track, right? So you can only cross under a couple underpasses. It creates a big barrier. If you look on the west, that's the Palisade Cliffs and Hoboken Avenue. If you look at the south, you have the 2 Holland Tunnel access lanes. And if you look on the right, you have those big box stores which don't have any streets running through them. So you really do create a very tight neighborhood, and people in that neighborhood walk to Hamilton Park all the time, but almost inevitably you have someone from Hamilton Park or Hoboken walk to that neighborhood for, restaurants and parks and other types of community benefits. So turning the page, another potential challenge would be, could this encourage displacement? Obviously, you build more luxury buildings, could people get forced out? So we did an analysis of the neighborhood, and we determined, it's preliminary, so there could be a building off here and a building off there, but we determined there were 310 existing housing units within the Jersey Avenue Light Rail Plan, and 279 of them had affordability protections through one of 3 ways. You have either at Holland Gardens, so they're public housing, you have rent control, you have buildings that are rent controlled up there, and you have owner occupied. So you have some condos and you have some homes that are owned by the person who lives there. So that's what our preliminary analysis showed, was that roughly 90% of the existing units have affordability protections. So you wouldn't see mass displacement from this type of a project. And that's stronger than in most any other neighborhood that we have looked at. So if you flip over,
James, that 90% includes the public housing?
It does, yes, it does. There's, I think, 191 units of public housing, and then the rest are either rent-controlled apartments or... So next steps. So on the first one is the city council, on the broader thing, can authorize the planning board to study potential amendments. So what we would say to this planning board is, we'd like you to consider amendments that emphasize affordable housing and infrastructure. Please consider them. Planning board would do so, and then they would come back to council, and then council could accept, reject, or further amend any amendments the planning board return to us. The reason I'm proposing this is I'm trying to jumpstart the process. I try to assume that I'm only serving for 4 years and try to accomplish everything I can, and we're a year plus in, and I've been talking about this for 14 months, and the process hasn't really maybe moved at the level I would like it to. So my goal is, by passing this, is we really encourage quick movement, because again, if we don't, one of 2 things happen. Either development happens without much community give back, or development happens, or no development happens and we're not getting anything, and the neighborhood gets all these tens of thousands of luxury units and not a change. But the thing is, I think what's key to say is there's no final decisions, right? This is studied and then it comes back to us. There's no, we're agreed A. So then there's a second resolution that focuses on a specific development project. And it would ask the planning board to consider that project, or those proposed amendments to that project, to be clear. Again, it's the same deal. This is not something we're accepting. We're not saying we support the project. We're not saying we're against it. What we're saying is please study it. So why study it? Why ask this specific project to be studied? So my view, which is not, I think pretty much everyone here shares, is we have an affordable housing crisis in the city. And just to give you the 2018 number, there were almost 400 homeless people in the city. And we were talking about with St. Lucy's and why we need a new shelter. The homeless experts will all say that affordable housing is even more important than shelters because you stop people from losing their homes in the first place. And this project, as currently proposed, and I'll go through what it's proposing in a second, but as currently proposed, would give us the largest affordable housing give back in the city's history without asking for a tax incentive. Now, it doesn't mean it's the right thing, but it means that I think we should be thinking about it. So, just if you flip the page over for the community benefits, just summary of what's being proposed on this one. It's 407 market rate units. It would be 80 hotel units, and it would be 10% affordable at 80% AMI, so it would be 45 units. It's a total of 532, excluding the hotel units. They're asking for no subsidy, no tax abatement, and these are the revenue calculations. You could look at them in different ways, but it would be over a 20-year period, roughly $44 million in total tax payment, roughly $11 million to the schools, and that's using what's called a net present value formula, and it'd be almost $17 million to the schools, just counting your dollars. Now again, and I've said this very clearly to the folks proposing this, I'm not saying I'm in favor or against at this stage. What I'm saying is you're offering enough of an affordable housing benefit, more so than I've heard, without any tax abatement, that we should at least be thinking about how do we do this. I can't do a fiscal analysis on it. It has to be done when it goes to the planning board. So by asking for this amendment, it triggers the ability to do a fiscal analysis, to say, is this give back appropriate, right? And we're talking about it exactly with St. Lucy's. Is this the appropriate give back? So the next steps, if you turn the page, City Council authorizing planning boards to review. Planning board returns recommendations within 45 days. And we can accept, we can reject, we can amend, entirely up to us. But it allows for the start of that process to get considered. And so last but not least on the conclusion, I do think, just to be totally honest, that the current plans, getting all this density without some of the things we would want, forces us into some tough choices. But I want us to start taking action as a city and start to move forward on this. So that is a long presentation. I appreciate you taking the time to think about it. But I tried to do some research and give you as much detail as you could, and also give you a sense of my thinking on it. Yeah, of course.
Actually, good presentation, but one of the concerns I have, this is just 10% affordable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But like the ARE project on Marin is 12% affordable.
So it's a good example. So Cary's 20%, Four Cities 20%. To get both of them, we gave them both a big abatement, and they got a state tax credit. So if you add combined, each of them got a tax subsidy of like $40 million. This one is asking for no tax subsidy. They have said, and I can say, they've said, we'll do 80-20, but we want a pilot. And then, the position right now of the administration and city is no pilots. So they said, well, we can't give us a pilot, we'll do 90-10. I asked NW to do a financial analysis of the Forest City project, 80-20, with a pilot. And they said with a pilot, it wasn't doable, even with a pilot. And that's in a better location than this guy's project. That's closer to PAC, closer to the waterfront. And this guy isn't closer to transit. So, my thing is, again, I'm not saying this is 100%, maybe 10%, we can do better than 10%, but I don't know that until we've done an analysis of it. And we don't have an analysis, and we can't get an analysis until it goes forward. And that's why I would ask to move food forward, so we can see.
Can I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, first things I'd like to ask that the this area is Council President Jim Sullivan said, the 619 Marine redevelopment plan, this is not the opportunity zone by federal?
I don't, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't believe so. This is not one of them, is it?
It's not? No.
Opportunity zone.
It's not?
Can we get a map of the opportunity zones in Jersey City?
Okay, that's number one.
For the entire county.
It's getting any better.
If it's possible, have it like a, not small, the big one. So at least we knows that if you build a certain project in that area, they have some income tax benefit and capital gain taxes. So there's another merit for the development in this area. Number two, we printed affordable units 80 MI. I think we just mentioned to that, even James Sullivan mentioned to that, homeless shelters, all those things. But 80% AMI is not an issue. Issue is that you come up affordable housing, 40, 60, 80 AMI. 60 not 80 is not, but more likely to pay attention. 40, 60 AMI. So even though we put a 10% affordable housing, we should be putting that there, let's say, 3% to 40, 3% 60 AMI, and maybe 4% to 80 AMI. So not only go all the affordable housing go to 80 MI, it's not fair to people below the income, so more likely spread out.
So I would just say to that that can all come back to us, right? So none of this is set in stone.
Yeah,
I agree with
okay.
you.
It's just an analysis one too. That's all.
My thing is if I'm picking, I think we're getting more 80 and we're not getting the 30 and 50. But then you've got the fiscal analysis piece of if we're going to get more 30 and 50, do we need more 120, or maybe we can get more from the development?
Right.
But I think that will come back to us. But I would love to see more 30 and 50% AMI in the units that we build.
So Tana, what we say that the affordable housing should be not certain income level is the only one. Talk about affordable housing. We should give to the low income 40% AMI, 60, 80. So we should get to every income level have some opportunity for have affordable housing, not fixed for the 80 AMI only. All right.
So if I can, I guess, take a couple of steps back. Very similar to what happens at a planning board. An applicant comes to meet with us. They give us their proposal, and we get to be the bad guys. We get to call them on their stuff, right? I'm not going to use the word that I really want to use, right? But they're bluff. This proposal in specific, you're looking at another 400 additional units over what's permitted there. Let's say that they're coming in at market and they're paying $100,000 a unit. That's $40 million worth of profit. To give back is 10, no abatement. Now, okay, fine. Let's say that that's something that's reasonable and we worked it out on paper. Great. Then my response to you is, the past year, I have been busting my hump trying to get an inclusionary housing zoning ordinance that
That's
works.
right.
And there's been no conversations about any room on abatements. So I understand the developer who's saying, I can't do this without an abatement. Because that's New York City gives abatement for
Yes, they
affordable
were
housing,
saying,
and all these other things are happening. But I also have 3 kids in public school.
Right.
So I totally get the abatement conversation and not having it for 2 years. But we're looking at putting forward a legislation that requires 20% on-site, that gives a mix that's based on an analysis. So if somebody's coming into you and tells you they want $40 million worth of profit, and they're only going to give you 10% affordable, and it's only at 80% AMI, the only reason you haven't heard it from us because we've already called them on their crap.
But that's not true. And let me just jump in. So first of all, there's no fiscal analysis that's been done, right? So I'm not saying to you this is the appropriate exchange density for affordable housing. I'm saying is I can't tell that to you until there's been a fiscal analysis, right? Until we have NW look at the numbers, and they haven't, and I know they haven't. I can also tell you that NW provided analysis to me of the Forest City project on better land, significantly more profitable, that said an 80-20 no abatement project is not doable. They further said that with an abatement it wasn't profitable. So I have this NW financial analysis sitting, that's, if NW said to me, Forest City, you can do 80-20, well, would have Forest City be doing 80-20, right? Without an abatement. So, so my issue.
So let me go back and write the inclusionary zoning to only require 10%.
So let me, so we are moving inclusionary zoning, that's great. I mean, I think it is incredibly important for us to do. Nothing about this being considered would prevent us from considering it in the context of whatever you're putting forward for inclusionary zoning. Right? If you give us inclusionary zoning next week, 2 weeks, a month from now, we can consider all these plan amendments in conjunction with that, with a fiscal analysis from NW. That's what doing an appropriate analysis. But it is the largest affordable housing give back without a tax incentive that anyone has ever offered in the city's history. And I want it to be analyzed. And the thing is, if you say, okay, you shouldn't do 90-10, do 85-15, that can be analyzed, right? That can be, we can look at that. But what has happened, just to be entirely blunt, is what's been happened is they said 90-10 is not acceptable, and then the developer says, okay, well, what else? And then there's a shrug. And so that's why I'm pushing this forward. I don't want to get too much. I've asked, I've talked, I've said 1,000 times.
Councilman James Solomon is arguing to the right. Even you just say that there are some issues with development, but we talk about the Bayfront, talk about the 35% affordable housing. You talk about the 10% some issue, then how the hell are we going to build a 35% affordable housing in Bayfront? So, simple. If we ask 10% all AMI, or 10% at 40 AMI, then there was some consideration you have. But we only say 3% 40 AMI, 3% 60 AMI, and the 4% 80 AMI. So we spread out any financial burden, not just one specific income level, we spread out. So they get their pressure is much, much less than what you think, what you thought. But so now, you gotta consider, we talk about 35% affordable housing Bayfront. If any developer come up with a bill, 35%, they can build up here with 10%. So please come up, and as I said,
if you're willing to hand me my ass every planning board meeting for an additional 30 to 50 units and an additional 1 to 2 stories, and not hand me my ass for 16 stories extra and 400 more units, you're on another planet. You're on another planet. What do you want me to do as planning director? Do you want me to analyze it and do it the right way, or do you not want me to? The whole purpose of not having things like this is so we don't do it at the hip. Here's that. Let me tell you what this guy's giving me. This guy's going to give me this. This guy's going to give me this. Oh, no, paper. Oh, this works. That one doesn't work. This one doesn't work. That one doesn't work. That's the whole purpose of having a policy, which is what we spent the whole year working on. A whole analysis of the area is appropriate. We absolutely 1,000,000% agree with that. Unfortunately, my division does not have the capacity to do that. You would have to, and you can, as a council, hire another planning consultant firm to work with us to do an intensive study on transit, on housing, on MUA things, everything. I mean, you're looking at adding 26 stories, so when the Heights sues us, because they can't see anything anymore.
So let me just say a couple things. So I appreciate the emotion here, but two faults. The first is, no one is asking for this to be proven. We're asking for it to be studied. And I can certainly sit here and say that I don't think that that's happening. And I think that I have talked to a lot of people, and this is not a new thing, right? The second thing is, everything that's being talked about here is very similar to St. Lucy's. Right? So if you say we can't do the projects and then willy-nilly, well, we just are doing it for St. Lucy's. If you say the current proposed community give back isn't fair, well, it's very similar to what's being considered for St. Lucy's, and you can make a strong argument that it's greater because it's worse for developers to give affordable housing over time versus an upfront construction cost. If you want to say the height's not fair, it's the same height, similar density as St. Lucy's. And I'm not wedded, personally, to any, like you say the density should be less from a good planning perspective. Great. But what I'm sitting here is saying, I sit here and I get called from constituents every day about how they're getting forced out of downtown. I don't have new affordable housing units getting built in downtown. I have Cary that's basically done and leased up. I have Vive that's basically done. We've got the one more tower coming, and that's basically it. And we can say, let's make it perfect. You know, we want 20% affordable housing, even though I got an analysis that says it's not doable. And then 10 years from now, we don't get any units built. And again, all I'm saying is give it that fiscal analysis. Have NW look through it. And if you say from a planning perspective, you shouldn't have 23 stories, you should have 20, great. It shouldn't have this amount of density per unit per acre, it should have this. Like that's all the conversation. But if it's just stuck, and it's similar to everything that's moving forward then.
The St. Lucy's give back was $15 million.
So it's 16 million for the shelter, assuming the construction costs they gave us are accurate. I didn't get into it, Mike Hanley, but because I'm a little bit more, so he's estimating about a 350 per square foot construction cost for a 5-story state building. That is a very high construction cost. But even assuming that that 16 million is correct, right, if you use the same numbers he's using to calculate affordable housing, this benefit is 18 million. Now they have an extra affordable housing. So they're very similar, and again, affordable housing is worse for the developer over the long term because you're paying it out over 18 years. So again, I'm just saying study it, like let's consider it.
Yeah.
Councilperson Waterman.
Tanya, I know you've been working on inclusionary zoning housing. What's the holdup? I'm just curious, because I know I responded.
I totally understand the frustration. The frustration is also on my side. We had a meeting a couple hours ago about it. We definitely had to wait a little bit for the consultant to come on, to wait for some, contracts to come through. The consultant has been on. We've been working with her almost pretty nonstop. The original document that we got was crap. So we've had to completely restructure it. The points that we have been really kind of focused and stuck on, because we ultimately want it to work, right? Is the buyout, and then how that buyout gets decided. And those are our really kind of very two sticky issues. I think the meeting that we had today was probably the clearest direction, at least that I believe I got. And what the, I think, ultimate answer is that we're going to give it to you and you're going to have to make a lot of decisions. I think at this point we've done really kind of the best that we can. We've really looked at a range of how different places look for these buyout provisions. We've had NW do per square footage per neighborhood. We've spoke extensively with New York City that does districts, and they do it per square footage and capitalization over time. We've talked to Boston, we talked to Philadelphia, where some numbers are just 100 and some numbers are 50. So we're gonna, I think, try to do much more of a tiered map that looks very similar to the abatement map, that has some connections with probably the connection to median incomes, and set a price. And I think that the conversation onto, is that price appropriate? How are we going to determine that the price is appropriate? Who's the body that's going to determine how much is going to be on-site versus off-site, and how much of the community benefit, all needs to be decided at this level, ultimately. So all of those things are hashed out, so by the time you have a bill, the process is there. That's the problem. The problem is that there's a lot of unknowns, right? And so on top of that, then we do have to actually formalize the process. The process we have right now has been a learn and go. I think Pierre and KRE hired the Gershons, and it's been a very kind of like learn and see how it goes. We have a manual. We're not like other municipalities in New Jersey where we're bound by what they call UHAC, so our provisions aren't so clear because we don't have that affordable housing obligation. So in some essences, we're writing this from scratch, right? We're writing our own future and path here for Jersey City, and we can't really necessarily use Newark because Newark isn't experiencing the same kind of economic tension that we are. So I mean, we will. The direction I got today was very clear that it has to go on the planning board by March 12th.
Okay.
So, James, great presentation. I like our city planning department, zoning department, learn some from you to like a very brief, it's easy to understand. Brian, you saw it, right? Yeah. Simple, and you use the plain language, so really great presentation. But as I understand, 70 Jersey Avenue Park Plan, they're going to build up a couple of parks, right? One going to be Pocket Park, the other one is like some decent sized park they're going to build.
Well, the park is the larger park is in 69, the plan next door, which is 69 an acre and a half, I believe.
70 Jersey Avenue Park Plan. I think they're going to build a park.
So maybe you're right, I'm getting the numbers wrong, but they're building a park in the western plan, north of the tunnel. It's an acre and a half between, I believe, it's right by Caucus.
I think 17, between 17 and 16. I think they have some.
So. Oh, yeah, yes, that is between 70th and 16th Street.
Sure. Yeah, they're going to build a park.
Yes.
And they're talking about some kind of a street to raise because of the flood zone. Great. try, but only my concern is that when you talk affordable housing, they should be able to some, is it just concentrate 80 AMI, or it'll be share which is 40, 60, 80. And another one is, as I mentioned to that, this is the right way to do because you're talking about so many people going to be moving there over like probably 5-10 years, no school, no transportation. It's going to be disaster in this area. So better we plan now as a planning department. So that what he said is that starting now, I think is better than late, you know.
Absolutely. There does need to be a comprehensive area for the study.
Right.
There is a lack of transportation. There is an overcrowded school system. We've met with the superintendent, and we've been working with Brian on trying to figure out ways to create impact fees for students that are coming in or not coming in, or just trying to get the kids from Holland Gardens from not having to cross 14.
Right.
I mean, so we're there. We are very spread, and so I'm not being facetious when I tell you that you need to hire somebody else to have work with us if you really want that level of commitment. It's there. The pressure is certainly there.
So really,
When you say hire someone else, hire another staffer?
we need.
No,
we need-
hire another staff. Don't hire another staff.
Yeah, another planner.
Just hire a consultant first.
So what you would need though, in order for anything, you need to hire a consultant first before you, because based on what you're saying, your department is stretched already.
Right, we're working on doing
Right.
something very similar with Canal Crossing, we're working on doing something very
Right.
similar with Journal Square. I mean, I don't need to tell you that Jersey City is under a huge amount of development pressure.
So,
But like for example, for Bayfront, which is a great example,
Right.
you have JCRA is contracted out with financial analysis team. They've contracted out with an engineering firm to talk about the utilities, and New Jersey Transit at the table, and they've actually hired another planning firm to come in and to look at a plan. Right? That is the kind of, honestly, that's the kind of level that's necessary here.
Well, that's what we need to concentrate
so
on.
hiring a consultant
Right.
to do this level of analysis. Is
I
that a
mean,
consultant within?
It's worth it, because he's not incorrect, that they're looking at probably another 12, 15, 16,000 people.
Right, you're talking about, we're talking about 10K right now, right? We're talking about K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So doing that consultant would fall under planning or within the council's purview?
Ultimately, you guys are the ones that,
yeah.
Well, you would approve the contract,
We
but
would
it would
approve
be
it, yeah.
guided by planning.
we just
Manage
don't,
it.
we don't have the budget for it. That's all.
I think we have to put it in the budget.
Yeah.
That's
No, that's fine, I know that, those mechanics, but ultimately, if this council were to approve the hiring of a consultant, and to include that within the budget, I'm saying for the record that consultant would be dedicated to dealing with this.
Correct, absolutely.
Okay, so,
That's what it is.
fair enough, I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that
That's fair enough.
we're not just hiring a consultant who's going to look at something else, right? And then let me speak to 10L a little bit, if I may.
Get some more in there.
James.
Yep.
So, is there, to the law department, with regard to, did you have any particular comment on that, Tanya, 10L?
We like to survey.
No, look,
Because there's kind of both issues were being
If this passes, the planning board is bound by the 45-day limit. Now, if I don't give you a report in 45 days, then you are fine to act without me. I don't know how that carries over. You would still probably need to have a professional planning report on how it interacts with the master plan and planning purposes and things like that.
Danny boy.
So we just need to wait on, based on, I'm hearing what you're saying, and your department is stretched. We're requesting more things, but you really can't even handle it. So I don't just want to request stuff and it really doesn't get done, because then, like you said, we'll do the 45 days, and if it don't happen, then we really back at square one. I think we as a council, we should be listening also to what our directors are saying.
So let me add a wrinkle to this.
You know what I'm saying? Because they're telling us one thing.
Well, let me add a wrinkle to this. So what's the legal requirement if an application for an amendment to a redevelopment plan is submitted? Like, does it have to be heard? Is there a legal?
That's a complete change in zoning. There's nothing within the MLUL that talks about.
There's what? I'm sorry.
Nothing with the MLUL that talks about a time for a complete application, especially when the proposal is for a complete rezoning. A complete rezoning. What would happen essentially, right, is that if something is a complete application to become an automatic approval, the whole reason for that timeline is to protect the person who's submitting that application. If that person submits an application and the council doesn't vote on it, it's so substantially different that it requires an act of legislative change. So I personally believe that the 45-day limit, which is the intent to protect that property owner, does not exist in a complete rezoning for something that only, I think, an act of council can happen.
It'd be different if the request go through one of the boards did not require the zoning change, so you're saying.
Absolutely.
Right, so there's a distinction between the zoning change requires an act of council as opposed to strictly something that's going just before the planning board to say, hey, planning board, my application's complete, and that's when the 45-day window
So,
automatic approval
I'm
would take
confused. I'm going to rephrase my question, which is, if I own a property, I submit a request to amend the redevelopment plan that's affecting my property. It's a duly submitted application, properly submitted, everything that's required. Then what is the requirement on the city's part to hear the application? None.
I don't believe
We can just take their money and walk away from it.
it's non-refundable.
It's non-refundable. Is that by law?
I mean, they have
The non-refundable, yeah.
No, just to not hear an application after. So I say this, Councilwoman,
Right.
just, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, James, but there's something like this came forward because the application was submitted to amend the redevelopment plan for the property in question, and that it wasn't heard, right? But beyond that no further information was kind of provided back, no further feedback was given to say, this doesn't work for us, you have to come back with something else, and so this is also an effort to try to say, we want to see these, take a look at what the fiscal analysis of all this stuff is, but also kind of move the process along one way or the other, even if it's only to say, you know, we don't have the legal authority. But so what determines the legal authority of an application to be heard or not? Like, it seems a little unfair to me that if you could submit them an application and they just
And take their money.
and take their money.
I'm
and then, like, walk away
it
from
was $1,000.
Okay.
I don't know if we can, I mean, if it's interest, we can look into the state law and see if there's a requirement. But I think less so, it's like, just from my perspective, it's less, look, if someone puts a plan forward and there's no interest in moving it forward, okay, that's fine. But, you know, we have both the administration and the council as the governing bodies. And, you know, again, just coming back to it, it was submitted over the summer. I didn't, you know, there are things that are, it included workforce housing, which for me was a non-starter for that neighborhood. I don't think it's a good idea, which we can change it when it comes back to us. But I think, you know, I think from my perspective, it's my ward. We're losing affordable housing left and right every day. And I got somebody here who's saying, I'm willing to give you the biggest affordable housing give back we've gotten. Yes, no tax abatement, and if you want to consider an abatement, I'll give you even more. And it's just stuck, right? It's not, no one's saying, hey, we think it should be 15 stories and 100 density units per acre, and, you know, yeah, we'll get fewer units of housing that way, but it's better for the neighborhood. Or we're saying, look, we've done a fiscal analysis, and what we really should be doing is 15%. None of that's happening, it's just stuck, and that's why I'm pushing this forward. But I didn't want to just push this one project, because there's a broader context, right? There's a context of thousands of luxury new units, no housing, no infrastructure, no affordable housing, no infrastructure. And I think Tanya's right that we do need to give her the resources to do this type of planning.
I think that's why it's stuck.
But,
is it?
well, I think there's the one project and then there's the broader overview. I think on the broader overview though, like, I don't think we have to say we want to do something like this, and we can do it for other development, redevelopment plans. And then when it comes to budget time, we can say, okay, we passed this, we want to get it studied, how do we do that? And then we can work with the administration on coming up with the budget for the consultants to do this type of a study.
But it's not like the applicant walked in with an application and gave $1,000. You're talking about meetings and meetings and meetings. And granted, I was not in any of those meetings, but looking at it just on its what is it called, prima facie, whatever it's called, that word, right? I would say no, and somebody can still, like at the zoning board level, submit an application after I tell them, this is absolutely not gonna work, and they can say, well, we're gonna see. I'm not giving them any back rid of the money if the board denies them.
Sure, right, and I think, and I don't have, look, I think we can look at this, I don't have an issue with that, like, but if it moves forward, planning board can say no, and then we can say no. Or planning board can say yes, and we can say yes, or they can say no, and we can say yes. But it's unsticking a process that to me was stuck, that was worth unsticking given what's being considered.
If I can add one more thing on that, just, this is also completely legally allowable and permissible. It's a power within the council to be able to request for the planning board. It's one of the few powers that we're authorized to do to actually take an action of this nature for every council person. And so if the councilman from Ward F wants to have something reconsidered in the Morris Canal, he can make that request as well. If the councilwoman from Ward B wants to make that request for the Culver Avenue redevelopment plan, or if for Bayfront, or whatever the case might be, or any of the at-larges as well. All of those things, General Square redevelopment plan, can ask for those studies to be taken into consideration. It also speaks to the idea that the council can establish priorities as well as it pertains to the development of the city and the growth of the city, and deciding which direction and which are the higher priorities and which things move up. And so we may not necessarily agree on them, but maybe we can come to agreement, but we can figure that out too among council members, I would say, about that.
I mean, the town, do we have issues at 10K? I don't think so. Just do it. The council asks you to do it, so just do it. You know? And if you have a problem, because you, as we say, you have a manpower problem, some issue, tell the Brian Pratt, he's your boss. And they have a manpower, you gotta have to hire a consulting company, give back just the feedback. So we try to respect, we don't want you to be, you know, make something impossible. You just tell the Brian, you need more manpower, or you need to hire the outside consulting company. Then Brian probably tells us that in order to deliver what the city council requested, we need to hire the consulting company, cost approximately $200,000. Then when we look at it, this plan is not for the 5, it's a short and long-term plan. If something, the major developer start the planning, then we cannot get what we're looking for. Affordable housing unity, school issues, so and so. So do it, that's all. Okay, and the 10K.
We can find the resources for it.
Yes, right. So at least the council do give us some direction to your side, and give it to opportunity to you, ask us what you need to accomplish what we all ask. That's all. Okay? Good luck. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
No.
Council people? No? All right. Thank you, Tanya.
Yep.
Pat, Marty, Steve,
James,
the trifecta, three-headed DPW dragon.
Over an hour. Hour and 7 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll discuss. That was a solid hour.
Good plan. We'll discuss.
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. Nice. Thank you, Marty.
Yeah, it's just a tough one. No. We
Okay,
some feedback.
let
from
me,
you.
Extras, Marty?
Feedback from you. What? 10K and Pellet. Okay, so manpower, some money, whatever.
Oh, thank you.
It's gotta be, because we did like everything in the city. I mean,
True.
I'm serious, every time I go down the street, I'm saying, oh my God.
What is it? Breakdown.
So they have 10N, and then 10W through 10Z2,
And then we get out of here.
and then 10Z11, and then I think we go to the top of the...
So, Council President, before we went to that, just give you a quick rundown what the handout I gave you.
Yep.
All right, so at the last couple of meetings, you requested copies of the fleet. So when we went into the database that we use, we found significant discrepancies, and the discrepancies is being, over the years, the individuals, how they put them in. So in some places, they put for like an SUV, instead of putting SUV, they put 4x4. But they use the same 4x4 explanation for a pickup truck. So when we started pulling the data out, it was skewed. So basically, what we started to do is painstakingly by starting with DPW, we went in and looked at every vehicle and labeled them correctly. So we came up with this. Now, our next step with this is going around and putting our hands on every vehicle in DPW, getting the mileage / hours, and also pictures of them, which when we get that point done, we'll present that also, to the council. Once we get DPW done, then we will go further into the other divisions and departments within the city.
Oh, wow. This is just DPW.
That's just DPW.
It's a lot. Wow.
Unfortunately, there's equipment that we had on the list that we still have water department equipment on the list. We haven't had a water department in, I think, about 30 years.
So, function is, what is the function?
Okay, so I'll explain it, sure. So the function is basically the internal numbers that we use, Councilman.
When you say internal numbers, how do you use?
So, all right, so an example being, so when you're looking at the sanitation booth, so the old incinerator already had a numbering system which identified a specific type of vehicle. So for an example being on pickup trucks. If you look at the second page pickup trucks, their functions are what they consider change trucks. Back in the day, they were originally Jeeps, but they identify them, and what that does, that gives the dispatcher, specifically during a snowstorm, if somebody comes on the radio and says J27 to base, they know that's a pickup truck out on the road.
So it's like a vehicle ID.
It's another one. It's a secondary functional ID. The vehicle, so the city uses a 4-digit shop register. Those shop registers don't indicatively tell you the type of vehicle it is. So, with a snowstorm, that's why sanitation is really the only one that really uses those different types of numbers. When you get into the remaining portion of DPW, they don't even use the function.
The sanitation, cars, SUV, what is the difference from 530, 518, 532?
Because everything in sanitation is done via radio. So those radio numbers, those functions are their radio call signs also.
So in other words, a vehicle ID number 5493, first numbers, there is a call sign is a 530, that's what you mean?
Yes.
Oh, I'm getting smarter every day. Oh dear.
So and again, that's specifically really sanitation is the only division that uses that, was to help identify the types of trucks.
If I'm you, because the division is a sanitation, I instead of put in division sanitation, I put in as a title, and instead of the division, I probably write on the condition, the vehicle, or mileage.
Like I said, Councilman, before I started, this is the first step. You asked, the council asked me for a list. We identified the list. We are going into a second step. We are going into taking pictures of the vehicle, getting the mileage on it, the hours on it. I gave you this to let you know that we're working on it, not that I'm ignoring the council's request. Unfortunately, to beat a dead horse from the director before me, we're all in the same boat. This took me almost 2 months to get together with my staff.
It's okay.
So I'm working on it.
Yes, with all the respect, thank you for your hard job. But actually, not only myself, this council want to know as a group, we want to know the cars, how old they is, what kind of type of car we have, and more likely as a council, because we spend the dollars for the purchase, so better we have like a mileage. Even though you didn't tell that the car condition, if it's a mileage 230,000 miles, then we know that sooner or later we change it. Instead of writing the division, it's just division and put it as a subtitle, and there's a division of condition.
You're giving your year, make, and model of the vehicle is the first 3 columns.
Yes.
So just looking at that pickup truck line, your first 3 vehicles are 1999s. Even without having the mileage and a picture of them, I don't think there's not many of us in here driving a 1999 car around.
So my friend's car is more than 200,000 miles.
I'm
Looks
sorry?
like a 200,000 miles, but the car looks like brand new. So,
Garage cap, right?
So, yeah, the next report when you bring us, as a council, because when you have a mileage, we can see what condition of the vehicle, so we know that at least next to 5 years, we gotta replace so many cars, SUV, so we can more have a plan for the future. And also the director is much easier to him. Listen, we have 300,000 miles, 20, but over the 5 years, we're gonna purchase maybe 5 each, so we can work together.
So Councilman, like I said, this is our first step. The BA has said that he wants to put a comprehensive vehicle replacement plan.
Yeah.
We have been meeting, there's been groups of us meeting, I've been doing research. To do a comprehensive vehicle replacement plan for upwards of almost 1,000 vehicles, it's gonna take us some time. It's not something that's gonna happen overnight, and I have no problem doing it. But again, that's in between doing the day-to-day, work and everything else.
Councilman, I just want to add something. When, as far as the pictures are concerned, we are in the process of doing those pictures. We haven't completed it as of yet. In a couple of weeks, we'll have the vehicle. For example, this first vehicle up here, this 5094 for an identification, the function numbers are 530. In a couple of weeks, I'll be able to give you a picture, give you the mileage on that vehicle. But I can tell you what Marty is trying to tell you, but you can't appreciate it because you're comparing it to one of your friends who has a car. These vehicles that are 2005, your friend would not want the vehicle. They're pretty well shot. When I say shot, because of going out on snow, the chassis, that is the frame, is broken. We have vehicles that we're to the point now we're running them until they can't run anymore.
Yeah.
What do I mean by that? The chassis actually breaks. Look, we've gotten a lot of life out of vehicles. If you go in here and look at this at your leisure, not now, you'll see 2 vehicles that are garbage trucks. They're 30 years old. They're done. They're finished. They're so bad that it will cost us $50,000, $60,000 just to do whatever the repairs on. We took them off the road. Why are they done? The street sweepers dump into them. As they're dumping in, the material's coming out the side and the bottom. The bodies are shot.
So that's why I spoke with the director of the PAT. What was our problem is that the repairs, the cars and maintenance cost the city of millions and millions of dollars, plus the purchase price of millions of dollars per year. Instead of we use that, spend that dollar, just continue maintain that horse, maybe we should use that there's several $1 million a year spend the maintenance and the repairing. We should be use that dollar to purchase a new vehicle with a warranty. That's why
This is the first step. I agree wholeheartedly with you, 1,000%. That is why, the November meeting that I was unfortunately missed, I pushed for the police department, for the unmarked cars, for new cars. In the past, they would go and they would buy used cars through Enterprise. I couldn't deal with going, why am I going to go to Enterprise and buy a 2016 Toyota Camry for $19,800 when I could go to a Toyota dealer and buy a base model Toyota Camry with 0 miles with a 3-year, 36,000 mile warranty for $500 less or $500 more.
See, that's what I'm saying, so Brian.
Okay, but it starts, we have upwards of 1,500 vehicles.
You know what I'm saying, right? If you see the total we spend for maintenance, it's several $1 million per year. And labor too, so we should be more smarter to maintain our city vehicle, to more certain period of time we continue to replace, so save us some dollars, other than that, we just make some, not local maintenance company shop, outside of the Jersey City, they make a richer and richer every day,
Councilman, in the long run, our city will be so further ahead, rather than go and spend money on parts and labor to repair the vehicles, flip them out and buy new vehicles. In the long run, it will save you money. But right now, until we finish this, I know, because I ran a large fleet when I was in the private business. I can tell you that, in a garbage truck, depending on how it's maintained, after 5 years, you sell it. You'll get 60% of your money back. Why keep the truck? Sell it, put a new one out on the road. Your police cars, if you're getting more than 5 years out of it without putting anything into them, you're on borrowed time. because they're gonna fall apart, and then you're gonna put a lot of money.
So 2016, when we have city audit paper, Brian, very clear that one of the department, the DPW, is to have a legal inventory of the city asset. I don't want you, 2017 city audit say the same story over and over again, you know what I'm saying? So make sure that ready for 2017 city audit, to clear the one of the best department of the city of Jersey, DPW, they have all the inventory for city asset. That's what I like to have. Right, Brian? You gotta keep an eye. Pat,
We will
was it
have
that?
that, we're looking at a computer system, and I know at previous council meetings, I've talked about it, been working closely with Brian's department and other departments in the city. Once this system goes online, we'll never have to go through this again.
Okay. Thank you, Pat. You know how to do.
Thank you, Councilman.
Inventory, you, private sector, right?
Well, I have a good team at DPW, they all work together.
Okay, should we go through some of these resolutions, please?
Yep.
Starting at 10N.
That's selling impounded motor vehicles at public auction.
Okay, we see this every once in a while.
Every 6 weeks.
Could I get, for the last couple of auctions, just what did we sell and what kind of prices we
Yeah,
got
I believe
back?
actually we just
Yeah,
put
we've
some
been
together
talking
for
about
you.
that, yeah, it's just not done yet.
Okay. For the entire council, to Marlene.
10W.
10W.
That's cliffside body for snow plow parts, graders and loader blades under state contract.
So this is basically, Cliffside Body is one of our, a local vendor that we get all our cutting edges for the plows, our plow rubbers, our spreader parts. You know, this is pretty much a standard contract we do every year under state contract.
All snow stuff.
Primarily, yes.
Great. Any questions, anyone?
X is a Lembo, a car and heavy-duty truck collisions for the maintenance and repairs of heavy-duty vehicles over 15,000 pounds.
What number is that, Bob?
10X.
10X. Okay, that's another state contract for heavy-duty vehicle repairs, anything over 15,000. So you're looking at garbage trucks, your roll-off trucks, your bigger trucks that you see following the sweepers around, the forestry type size trucks and things of that nature.
Okay, Brian, this is another same issue regarding for purchasing processing. We use that state contract without public bidding. Then when we hire the vendors, the based on state contract, I think that the vendors' ownership share should be attached.
Yeah, we just talked, right.
Okay, even though we use a state contract or regional purchasing, they should attach that their ownership list.
Yeah, we require, we collect the information for, as I said, anything above 17.5 for pay to play.
Yeah.
So for these renewals, we have it on file from whenever, but we can share that.
You don't know, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it in there? It's in there.
The pay to play council works for all.
To that order.
Okay, Y is Noble Systems for impound management software.
Correct, so that's the software that the police department, in conjunction with the tow companies, as well as what we use for all impounds and auction functions.
Okay, next. Is this used for inventory management or not?
On the car pound side, it tells us what we have, yes.
For the city's fleet? No.
No. This is specifically for car pound related software.
Z, Venero Lock and Safe Company for locksmith supplies and repair services.
Local company.
Yeah, this is a local company for various locks.
Okay, any questions on that? Hearing none. We got Z2.
Z2, Z1 is
Z1, sorry.
United Rotary Brush Corp to provide street sweeper brooms. But as Pat gets into those vacuum ones, we'll be needing less and less.
I think we bought from the new machine from this company, right?
Yes.
A couple of years ago. I thought we are the service contract.
Sorry?
We are service contract with this company, no?
They wear out. The brooms wear out.
Just the brooms.
The brooms?
The brooms on the state.
Specifically the brooms.
So warranty items not covered.
Sorry?
No, it's okay, don't worry.
The brooms were out.
No, just the brooms. That's the only thing on this, is just brooms.
Okay.
C2, W.E. Timmerman, to provide the repairs of street sweepers under state contract.
Repairs of parts for the Elgin manufactured street sweepers.
That's the one we're going down.
Yeah.
So this
That's the one we're going down.
once we purchase our new sweepers, Councilman, this particular vendor will significantly be reduced.
So if it's our street sweeping machines are broken down, but this company is 44 miles away from the Jersey City.
That's correct.
So how they come in, they fix it?
They'll come to us, or we'll fix it.
Or they come in, they
It's
fix
parts
it?
that we pay, so we pick up parts from them, they come in and fix things for us. It's the only authorized dealer in the tri-state area
Yeah.
for that particular manufacturer,
For this?
for Elgin sweepers.
And who will do the repairs for the new ones?
Our company located at a Fairfield, which is a lot closer.
There's only
But
the
we'll
one.
have parts, a lot less moving parts on a air machine versus a mechanical street sweeper.
But there's only the one maintenance company out there?
Yes.
Repair company?
But we'll be doing the majority of it in-house.
In-house.
Yeah.
Okay, Z11?
The 11.
That's a month-to-month extension for a contract with Control Services for snow removal, salting and plowing.
Pat, Steve?
Yes, this is the extension while we're finishing the bid specs for the outside company that we need at this major storm. We bring them in, you know, for additional work. The formula got a little bit complicated, so it's been taking longer to get the final version of the spec ready to go.
So if
So
we
need
pay,
another extension.
yeah, if we pay $400,000 for 3 months, if we snowstorm hit the Jersey City, how many snow plows will come to Jersey City?
As many as we need, upwards of 60 units.
60 units. So
Upwards of 60 units plows if we would need them.
We used none in 2018 and
We haven't used any
none in
since I've been here.
2017.
So we pay $400,000 for how many?
We're paying nothing unless we call for them specifically during a storm, and it's only if it's a bad storm. and
So
haven't
we
had-
pay by each vehicle, or we pay
Pay
by
each vehicle
each
per hour.
vehicle? Oh, okay.
That's
See?
fair.
Yeah. So we pay by each vehicle
Yeah.
per hour. So how much we pay an hour?
$265 roughly.
It depends on the type of
And
vehicle.
it also depends on the size of the vehicle and everything else, but say an average, $265.
Okay. Guys, as you go to contract for bid on this, can you check with diversity and inclusion?
Yes.
Okay.
So when we do this kind of things, right?
Yeah.
Do they, instead to give the whole business instead to this company, this is very simple. At least they have a Jersey, a lot of auto shop has able to do it. Can we do like a set aside, like a 20% of work to hire local?
So the challenge with this is that we need certain equipment. In the biggest storms, we need the biggest equipment and the most specialized equipment. So it's not like you can just pull someone off the street somewhere and say, hey, just get in this, you know, giant, you know, loader or whatever it's going to be. So it's hard to say that kind of thing. And it was based on a bid, so it was whoever responded at the time.
But when I see that when the snow last year, their snow plow is not all big.
That's true.
Like a 4x4. So
Some of them.
Pat can do that. If we have snow, he can set aside 20%. The local small, the vendors can provide service, and the rest of the big one, maybe we can call that charge guy who charge $265 an hour.
When we do the bid again, we could maybe do like an RFQ. We can open up to multiple vendors. So we have
Well,
a few
the
on the
main
list.
thing you have to understand is that anytime you go into something like this, you have to make sure they put up a bond, a performance bond, that if they don't show up, then you have recourse against the company. So you have to be careful on who you're doing this with, because a lot of times, a small guy who has a 4x4, a pickup truck with a plow, isn't gonna really get involved in this, not knowing whether he's gonna get it or not get it. You know what I mean? Especially go and put up a bond for, I think it's roughly about 5% of whatever the cost is. So if it was $20,000, he's putting a bond up for $1,000, not knowing whether he's gonna get the job or not. So you run into that scenario, but like what Brian pointed out, This usually caters for the large vehicles, the big vehicles, the big salters, things that we have. When you get into a storm that's 12 inches and greater, you're going to be forced to use that kind of equipment. Luckily, right now, we've been very lucky as far as us being able to handle it. We do have some new equipment coming in. We're looking to purchase some other equipment. That'll help us. But as each year goes by, we're going to be looking to replace a lot of the older equipment. Once you get the information that you need in the criteria that we're setting up, as far as pictures, mileage, and hours on equipment.
I know it's just not easy, but give us some opportunities.
Oh,
Set
no.
aside, okay?
I have no problem doing it.
Okay, let's take it from the top, yeah? Thank you, gentlemen.
Patrick. Yeah. Let's do it.
Patrick.
Patrick.
Hey, no.
Don't care about the Air Force?
Nah.
Coast Guard?
Actually, you know what? Coast Guard is the roughest academy, believe it or not.
Get lost.
I know my buddy will not realize that, but believe me, they're the toughest.
Okay.
Oh, Patrick, let me ask this one. This one,
You guys can take that.
Yeah, you're gonna do
Side.
that offline.
Let's go from the top.
Please don't come back and ask us a question about something we passed. 3C is an ordinance authorizing the city to enter into a month-to-month tenancy with the Martin Luther King Drive Urban Renewal Joint Venture Partnership for office space located at 382 Martin Luther King Drive.
Okay, Councilperson Ridley?
So, why is the Department of Commerce?
Yeah, there are, so there's a couple of new buildings coming to the annex. There's the second building of the three is already a constructed building, and we're doing some interior modifications to add some more offices into it. Yeah, hopefully in a couple of months, 3 months, 4 months, something like that, we'll be moving some other offices in there. We're gonna remove the remainder of 30 Montgomery into the area, and also Commerce has a different office in the annex and in one of the shopping center storefronts that we're gonna move into the new buildings as well.
So is the rent there cheaper than what you're currently paying? Is that why we want to
Well,
move them now instead of
we
waiting for the
pay-
building to be ready?
Right now, it's just rent, and in the new building, it'll be the same thing as before, lease to own. So the rent is gonna be about the same, well, it's hard because it's a bigger building that we're gonna move into with these people. But the payments, we're trying to make it so all of the lease payments that we're getting rid of and moving staff into the new buildings match. So we're taking people out of 3 or 4 locations, their rent is X. The new building also adds up to that same amount in rent, except then it's leased to buy. So hopefully our net impact on the budget is about 0.
Okay, so are they then moving to the building that we're doing on, what's that, Orient?
Yeah.
Or are they staying there? Because you're saying lease to buy, right? So we're gonna have that strip mall also, where Martin's Place and all that is? Because
The
that's where
strip,
this is,
yeah,
right?
that will hopefully be leased out to other businesses, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't know exactly yet.
So the rent is where they at now, it's just month to month, we're keeping them month to month.
Yeah, just keep it month to month until
we go to Kings.
Okay, we're going on 3D.
D is an ordinance expanding the boundaries of the Exchange Place Special Improvement District to include the entirety of Paulus Hook Park.
No,
Rich, say yes to this one.
no. What they did with us with the statue down there? Are you kidding?
Well, hold on. All I will say is on this one is, I have no love. We're not, it's not like it's not warm and fuzzy with me in the Exchange Place Sid, but this is to add 3 of the parcels of the Four Corners Park so that they can spend money on that little park there. So basically, it would allow them to spend money to help make the park.
Yeah.
They won't be assessed.
Yes, the park.
Yeah, it would not change the assessment at all, because I don't think there was any commercial businesses within
Yeah.
the expansion, just to expand those 4 corners. Right now, they only have 1 corner, so they can only use their money for that 1 corner. If you expand to all 4 corners, they can use your money to work on all 4
Businesses you have
corners.
there.
And
No,
this,
it's just the park. It's allowing them to spend
park.
money to make the park better.
and this is the same park that they've been working on for.
Yes, the
Not
communities are
not
working on
with separate by 16 school, not by the water. 16 school.
So, James,
Yeah.
there will no increase tax roll.
Yes.
Just they increase boundaries, but there will no
To include,
extra payment that they have to pay property owner, period. So it's good for you guys.
Yes.
Go ahead, spend it.
They're gonna move the statue.
okay,
Very good.
So
Okay, Councilperson Ridley.
Are they gonna move the monument that's in there?
No, it's not.
Wait, Councilperson Ridley.
No comments about the rest?
So, James,
Yes.
because I'm looking at the
Yes.
map here, right?
Yeah.
So the school is here, right?
Yes.
So is the school
That's the
courtyard
playground.
part
That's-
of?
It is, so technically the school playground is city property, it's not owned by the school district.
Okay.
And this would provide a new, the plan that they have is to basically make that a much nicer play area for the kids, and they've talked to Principal I believe it's Watkins.
So they're not looking to develop their schoolyard or anything?
I mean, they'll just make it a nicer park for kids.
So they're gonna provide service, no charge.
Okay. Second readings, no questions. So only a few of them left. Let's go for the resolutions from the top.
Resolution authorizing an emergency temporary appropriation. 3B is removing a restriction from the deed of conveyance of properties at 1216 Enos Place and 1321 Jones Street.
So, Brian, what happened?
Yes.
What's that? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So,
I want to get out of
at your request, we did do an audit of the site. It was determined that they were not paying their fair share of some of the taxes in there, so we are collecting that and we're gonna move forward.
So, listen. Brian, you gotta make clear. Okay, so they didn't pay property taxes since 2005. So they not paid tax almost 14 years.
Just say it.
So they're not paying 14 years of tax means that they should pay principal, interest, penalty, 14 years. Each lot.
You were right.
Around $1,200 or $1,300 a year. And we talk about how many lots almost.
So we will proceed with all of our abilities under the law.
How much money did Michael say?
I don't know the exact number right now.
So average, I look at tax, 2005, the average they pay $1,200 to $1,300 a year. Very cheap somehow. They shouldn't be that cheap.
Yeah.
But let's say $1,200. So how many lots? 8? 8 lots, right?
So okay, right. So it's a little more complicated. The lot wasn't always a public lot that was making revenue, and so we're trying to go back through some of that stuff, and we're working on it. I don't have the exact numbers, but
So now they're gonna pay.
They're gonna pay.
Yes,
So
they're going to pay.
see, Brian, as a business administrator, can I give to like a wisdoms?
Yes.
Once they pay, then bring up this one in the table. Before they pay, we prove that they can delay it. If you urgent to do, they get
Understood.
pay first,
Understood.
and then we're gonna prove that the next day.
I also want, as I said at the council meeting, when we talked about this the first time, we are auditing a variety of different types of properties just like this to make sure that everyone's paying what they should or shouldn't be. Anything that's exempt we're looking at. So if anyone hears of any other properties that might be questionable, please let me know. We're looking into it.
So we got already very clear one. Collect this one first. So when?
I'm not sure. I don't know the timing yet, but we're working on it. Just the paperwork at this point.
Is it paperwork?
And audit. We have to audit and request documentation for certain things, and so we're working on it.
Can I trust you?
You can trust him.
Yes.
I say yes, and
He's
then
a
you have to say, I
politician,
don't
how
know.
can we
right?
trust him?
No, he's not the politician. He's the administrator.
You're the politician.
Yeah, you
He
are.
admitted it. But,
All right. So,
okay, folks. Let's go.
Can we print this or just one sentence? If they not pay the tax in 30 days, this one will be reborn.
Is that a?
Yeah. Well, why? Why?
I don't know if we can do that sort of quid pro quo.
Okay, 60 days then.
We'll get back to you on that.
Let me take a look at it and see if that's something feasible to add to the contract.
Just to make sure. Because why? Ivan say right. Some people not pay tax, couple $100, their property is lien. I'm wondering, last 15, 14 years, how did they 9 or 8 lot able to get away with the tax?
They had to be paying for parking tax. oxide.
They were paying some of it. I don't
They
remember
pay
exactly.
parking
Yeah,
lot tax,
Yeah,
but we talk a property tax, two different.
yeah.
Understood, but
Yeah, yeah.
at least it
They
wasn't
were paying
double.
something, right. I don't
They
remember.
weren't
I don't remember
escaping
numbers.
twice.
Yeah.
So, all right?
Okay.
Just make sure.
C is canceling a portion of 2018 real estate taxes on affordable housing restricted properties. D is authorizing an extension of time to complete the conditions of sale at 175 and a half Monticello Avenue. E, authorizing the payment of common expenses related to the 6 city-owned residential condominium units at 311 Washington Street.
Everyone, the hope is that these will be sold soon, and obviously so will not continue to pay the monthly service charges to the condominium once the property is sold. The issue is that the developer, in the settlement from last year, was supposed to complete the units. There's still outstanding work on the city's units before they're able to be sold. So I'm working on trying to get that done. So our hope is that in the not too distant future, these will be off the city's hands.
So in other words, when they finish the rehab, the rest of 6 units, are we gonna have only 5 units hours?
5 units be hours, and we're selling. Exactly.
Yes. And the sell by JCRA, right?
Either be sold by the JCRA or at auction by the city. Those are the 2 options.
But last time, the city council approved that resolution to transfer this property to JCRA. So you say we're gonna sell by...
So that's what we're gonna do, yeah.
It's not ours.
I don't remember.
I will double check. You know when, I'll double check the process. Go to the JCRA for sale.
Last year, we transferred ownership to JCRA for 5 units.
Right.
So because I got the concern is that why we not sell it by public auction, why JCRA? They say that JCRA sell can get them $1.
Okay,
so
that's fine.
we close them out.
Those are the 2 options, yeah. So if we've already approved by resolution to have to go to the JCRA, that's fine.
No.
Those are the 2 ways to do it.
No, it's not 2 options, 1 option now.
One option,
JCRA
yeah,
can sell, because we passed this. But
If
now
you pass
make
the
sure
resolution, it'll be
that,
1 option.
Ryan,
Yeah.
before JCRA sell, they must have to get the appraisal for 5 units as current market price. Make sure they sell above the market price. Because don't just sell, we collected $2 million, don't say that, you know? Because we know that price is roughly how much each unit is. Okay?
Okay, next item.
F is authorizing refunds due to overpayments on property tax accounts. We did G through L. M, we're applying and accepting a Safe and Secure Communities grant from the Department of Law and Public Safety, Division of Criminal Justice. V is the only other one on the page we did not do. It's All Traffic Solutions, Division of Intuitive Control Systems, for the delivery of a speed alert radar message signs under GSA.
I think you skipped 10-0.
Sorry?
10-0.
Oh, I did. I'll come back to it. I know that everyone got an email from Kears today. O is authorizing the settlement of the suit of Marilyn Lopez, be the city of Jersey City.
All of you got a memo about that today. Any questions, please let me know.
X through Z2 were done. Z3 is professional services agreement with Bianca Mano and DeStefano to provide defense counsel services related to workmen's compensation files.
This is from the risk manager.
It's from the risk manager because it comes out of risk management for workers' comp.
And is this, have we done this in the past? Or is
Yeah,
this
I think I'm 90% sure all 5 of these firms have done the work in the past. Councilman Yoon, to your point, last time about spreading work over many firms, it's 5 firms, maximum $50,000. The thing to keep in mind here is, if there are no workers' compensation claims filed next year, $0 to the firms. They only handle what comes in the door. So it's $1,500 per case with a possible upping to additional $1,500 depending on the nature of the case. So it's a flat rate.
So, and what is it called, Brian? One of the things you did a great job is actually last time.
Six law firms.
You hired a consulting company to investigating works claim.
Yep, auditing,
And the
yep,
audit
yep.
for the medical bill was a great job you did.
Yep.
Be able to save almost $3 million the last 2 years. It's a
Yeah.
great job. But now, this is what my concern. 1, 2,
8
3,
law
4,
firms to handle compensation.
5 companies handle that works compensation claim. In the meantime, tax appeal only two law firm handle that. You know, so I think we should be almost time to increase that you know, instead of just two company take all the tax appeal case.
It's the same problem, we can add more to the list.
That's what I'm saying. Why only two company make
You're giving improvement.
$250,000, $300,000?
One thing I'll tell you, there's a certain amount of benefit in volume. Because both tax appeal as well as workers' compensation cases are volume work. So when an attorney goes to a workers' compensation case or court hearing, he's not there for one case, or he or she's not there for one case. Typically, they have a box of cases. So you're getting some value because you're not sending somebody to one case for the day, the travel and the prep. You're sending someone there with 25 cases. So there's a certain amount of benefit to in volume work, such as tax appeal, such as workers' compensation, to make sure you have a certain amount of cases assigned to each of the firms that are doing it. If you're interested, though, in getting an additional firm to do tax appeals, in addition to the two already we have, we can certainly look into that.
So you know
but you don't want to have too many firms doing it, or then you wind up losing money because you're not handling the maximum number of cases for each appearance they could
So
be
the
handling.
reason is say that the two law firms not even from the Jersey City. You know, that's why we cannot have some Jersey City, the law firm to take up some business from Jersey City. So that's what I'm saying, you know. So look into that matter.
Sure, we'll do.
Can you tell us for last year how much was spent on workers' comp? And which firms?
Okay, so
I can talk to Matt about that.
Z4, we got Jason Lamparello. Z5, Kenny Raval. Z6, Leitner, Tort, DeFazio, and Browse. These are all for workman compensation claims. And when we go to Z7, it's Netchert, Deneen, and Hillman.
Netchert, doesn't he work for the planning board?
Keep going.
Z8 we did. Z9 is a professional services agreement with the law office of Warner Suarez to represent Gerald McCann in the matter of Angelo Biscali et al. Versus Gerald McCann in the city of Jersey City.
Question, we are scheduling the time to do like the overview of...
We are. For the general litigation cases, yes.
Yeah, because I didn't know if this would be considered within them, but
I think the plan, because there'll be hundreds of cases, if we're going to do all of them, I think the plan is to do the high
The
dollar
major
ones.
ones, yeah, sure.
And to give you just a little bit of an overview of this particular one, the city is actually retaining representation of the city itself, the law department. We're only referring out as to the individual defendant in this case. We do that in cases where we're concerned where the defenses of the individual versus the city itself may diverge, because otherwise we have to, at some point, send them out anyway. So that's why we're on, this one's on the list.
Marlene?
No, we have to schedule it. There was a little hiccup because Councilman Nguyen's out for most of March when I had put out the dates.
Sure, okay.
So I wanted to, I can get back to you about the dates.
Okay, got it. Sure.
Z10, law firm of Goldenberg, Mackler, etc., as special counsel for pending foreclosure matters.
This firm, Mr. Bonci, he specializes in foreclosures. These are cases not where we're kicking anybody out of their home. There are projects which have received funding from an HEDC grant and for whatever reason have stalled out. And usually the other bank, who also has money on the project, has started the foreclosure process, and then we're joining in to make sure that the city's assets that have been expended on the project are protected. So, and it's very infrequent and it's specialized work. That's why we're asked to send this out as a going through in-house.
So this one, so foreclosure, see, the Brian, this is what I'm saying. You know, if you see this page, they have ownership disclosure certification, all the stockholders and the shareholders in the list. So we know that if you especially RFQ.
It's the same form, it's the same pay-to-play form on everything, should be in there.
Can we, did we do this last year and the previous years? The same service, the same contract?
We have, actually, this is the first time in a long time because of a couple of matters that have come up where the city's being involved in a foreclosure.
So there's no past expenses?
No past expenses done for this kind of work. We have used this firm for other things, but this will be the first time we're using it for foreclosure specifically.
Okay. Is it possible to tell us if there's, how many cases we have of this?
As of right now, there's two that we're considering. through HEDC due to the issues I just described, where there's projects that are stalled, where the bank, the primary lien holder, is exerting their right to a foreclosure. So we're making sure that that the city doesn't lose out on its rights associated with the funds expended on the project.
All right, Z12 is accepting a grant from Community Affairs, Community Services Block Grant, fiscal year 2019. Z13, contract with Atlantic Tactical to purchase ballistic armor.
Okay.
15, resolution of the City of Jersey City urging the New Jersey State Legislature to enact the Liberty State Park Protection Act.
Councilman Song.
No, just briefly, everyone's not on this co-sponsor, so it's a unified council. Sam will come at 6 p.m. on Wednesday. Hudson County, you did an article about it, I think parents also, if we all want to share and say the council's, unified in protecting Liberty State Park, I think it's a great message.
Okay, not on our printed agenda, given out at the beginning. Z16, contract with Rainone, Coughlin, Mincello to represent the Jersey City Police Department and Officer David McNeese in the matter of Zhao Yin's Fountain versus the City of Jersey City.
And the reason this case is being sent out is the law department handled both the internal investigation as well as the discipline against one of the defendants. So it'd be a conflict for us to keep this in-house. That's why we have to send it out.
Z17, ratifying renewal and amendment of a professional services agreement with Cleary Jacoby, Alfieri Jacobs LLC to represent former Mayor Jeremiah Healy in the City of Jersey City in the matter of Valerie Montone, John Astriap v. the City of Jersey City.
Okay, going back to Z16, this is a new litigation?
New litigation.
Okay, do you have a memo on this? Like, what's the point it's alleging discrimination?
Violation of the Disability Act and a hostile work environment.
Is there a memo with more detail on like what we're talking about here?
Usually we do it at the time of settlement, but if you're looking for more detail, we can certainly reach out to you and let you know what's going on. But this is a case that has to go out because of the conflict.
Z17, Montone.
Oh, and Robert, the only thing I'd also say is because we're so early in the litigation, really all we have is the complaint, which we're happy to share. That's all, Robert. Go ahead. Okay.
Z18, a contract with Civitas LLC for preparation of the city's 5-year consolidated plan for 2020 through 2024, annual housing plan and update of the city's analysis of impediments to fair housing plan.
So who was involved in the selection? No?
This is common. But she always have to present a 5-year analysis plan.
It says in the first whereas it's solicited for bids.
Yeah, there was bids. I'm assuming it wasn't done by cost. It's a specialized service, right?
The purchasing director is involved, so.
Can you bring her in for the meeting to discuss this a little bit?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we just got.
Ask her to come in, yeah.
You know, and
You're gonna reach out to her?
I'll talk to her.
Before we finish.
I didn't know that was going down there.
Brian?
Folks, Councilman Bojano?
Two things. One, something has to be done with the planning board, and it's utter disregard for the community, people in the community. Not only the hilltop, I'm talking about in all areas of the city, everybody. Downtown is an eruption on Monmouth Street. All of it. Everybody's disgusted with what's going on with this planning board. That's number one. Number two, I put the picture of St. Lucy's, that ugly picture with that facade or whatever they want to do, an hour ago. It's got 34 likes, 9 people have shared this, and 25 comments, all negative, saying this is absolutely ridiculous.
And the Brian, we just talked about another issue.
25. No, they're not my friends. It's 9 shares.
No.
Folks, one at a time. Councilman Young.
Excuse me?
Councilman Young.
No, we talked about how we're going to save taxpayers' dollars.
Come on, Councilman
Can you
Young.
pay attention? So, when we do the big, RFQ, and always they say the purchasing director has a certificate that he considers said to be fair and reasonable, he just say that, then I'm asking that why he called it the fair, why we called it reasonable. He should provide documentation why is reasonable, why is fair. You know, without those documentation, how the hell we knows the price is fair and reasonable?
Which one are we talking about?
No, everything, like
Just in
Page
general.
18.
Just talking in general.
Well, most of the time, it's publicly bid, and you see the losers along with the winner.
So somehow they should provide, if they call it reasonable, he can say that market price is so-and-so, so based on this price, close the market. Something gives us, okay?
Okay.
We adjourned at 9:57 on a motion by Councilperson Ridley, seconded by Councilperson Prince. Airy. To adjourn, Councilperson Ridley. Prince Airy. Fagiano. Yun. Solomon. Robinson. Rivera. Waterman. Guevara.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Just punish me.